roll call, please.
Yes, Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle,
Here.
Councilmember Kalodarovich,
Here.
Councilmember Obaji, absent, Councilmember Barrett,
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. And Councilmember Obaji did call ahead. He's going to be late to the meeting. Thank you. Do we have any blue folder items for closed session?
None for closed session.
Okay, could you read off what we'll be discussing in closed session?
Before
I'm sorry, hold off. There's nobody in the audience. Is there anybody online who would like to make public communications on closed session items or non-agenda items?
there are no e-comments and there are no attendees on Zoom.
Okay, now would you read off the things we'll be discussing in closed session, please?
Yes. As authorized by the government code as listed on the published agenda, the following items will be discussed in closed session. Item F1 is under the title Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation. The name of the case is Matthew Ralston versus City of Redondo Beach, Officer Warren, and Doe Officers 1 through 10, case number 26STCV00512. For items F2 through F5 are under the title Conference with Real Property Negotiator. For F2, the properties are portions of the Redondo Beach Marina parking lot and Seaside Lagoon, portions of APN numbers 7503-029-900 and 7503-029-903. For F3, the properties are portions of the Redondo Beach Marina parking lot and Seaside Lagoon, portions of APN numbers 7503-029-900 and 7503-029-903, portions of Harbor Drive, Pacific Avenue, Catalina Avenue, Gertruda Avenue, Redondo Street, and Esplanade. For F4, the properties are portions of the Redondo Beach Marina parking lot, portions of APN numbers 7503-029-900 and 7503-029-903, portions of King Harbor Turn Basin and Hand Launch. For F5, the property is 230 Portofino Way, a portion of APN 7503-029-903. And item F6 is under the title Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation. The name of the case is New Commune DTLA, LLC, and Leonid Postilnikov versus City of Redondo Beach and City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, case number B336042. Thank you.
Thank you. And City Manager Witsansky, who will be speaking to these items?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. For all items, myself, City Attorney Joy Ford, and Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. For item F1, we will be joined by Diane Strickfadden, our Human Resources Director. For items F2 and F5, we will have Greg Kapovich, our Waterfront and Economic Development Director, and Catherine Buck, our Waterfront and Economic Development Manager. For items F3 and F4, we will again have Greg Kapovich, our Waterfront and Economic Development Director, and Elizabeth House, our Community Services Director. And then for item F6, we will have Mark Weiner, our Community Development Director, along with outside legal counsel Peter Pierce and Diana Verrett.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to recess to closed session?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all for?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, 4-0 is the vote. So we're going to recess to closed session. We'll be back to reconvene in open session at or about 6 p.m. and to start the open session of the City Council. Thank you. Okay, we're going to reconvene to open session from closed session. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilman Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kolijedovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji. Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
And Mayor Light. Thank
Here.
you.
And if you could let the record show, Councilmember Obaji showed up at about 4:48 for closed session. I think that's about right.
Okay.
Okay, City Manager, do we have anything to announce from closed session?
Yeah, just two things. One, outside legal counsel John Getz joined us for item F5 as part of our session. And then we are going to continue a couple of the items until after the open session meeting. In particular, items F2, which will become R2. And then briefly, we will discuss F3 and F4, which will become R4, R3 and R4.
And then unanimous motion to defend.
That's it there.
What about the motion to defend? Do we have to?
Oh, the good point. There was unanimous authorization for the city attorney to defend the city in the matter of listed as F1.
Okay, thank
Thank
you,
you.
Councilmember Kalijer.
Good catch.
She kept us straight. Okay, with that, can I get a motion to adjourn to the regular meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all for?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. So I'm calling to order the open session regular meeting of the City Council. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kolijedovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett. Here. Mayor Light.
Here. If we have any veterans or active duty military in the audience, please stand to be recognized for your service. Do you have anybody this week?
Mayor.
I'm not going to stand. Okay, well then let us all stand, please, for the salute to the flag and remain standing afterwards for a moment of silence. I'd like to call it Naira. Is it Naira or Nira? Naira. Who's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? So Naira, the floor is all yours.
Good evening. My name is Naira. I'm a fifth grader at Barrel Heights Elementary School.
My favorite subject in school is math. I love riding my bike in Redondo Beach. Please put your hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And please remain standing for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, thank you. You may be seated. Naira, great job. Come on up and get a picture with the council. Well done.
Great job. Thanks for coming.
Good job. Great job, Naira. Mom and Dad, do you want to be up here in a picture? Oh, sure, yeah. Oh, JP's here today. Okay, thank you, well done. Okay, now we're going to item D on the agenda. That's presentations, proclamations, announcements, and AB 1, 2, 3, 4 travel expense reports. We do have two items tonight. We're going to proclaim Black History Month, and then we have a new senior deputy city processor to administer an oath to. We're going to do the proclamation of Black History Month first. What did I say?
Processor.
Oh, prosecutor, sorry.
Say it again.
I heard the processor.
Didn't mean to downgrade the position. Mike?
The mic's right over here.
Okay.
They changed it on me. Not sure.
There's two mics. Okay, today we come together to recognize February as Black History Month, a time to honor and celebrate the history, achievements, and enduring contributions of Black Americans to our city, our state, and our nation. It is my distinct honor to present this proclamation to a valued friend of the city of Redondo Beach, Dr. Marcus Goodlow, Goody Goodlow. Dr. Goodloe, would you please join us? And Councilmember Castle, would you please join us? Come on up. So Dr. Goodloe is a Compton, California native and is nationally respected in leadership development professional who has worked closely with the City of Redondo Beach leadership team and the police department. He's a Martin Luther King Jr. scholar, an author, a pastor, and an educator. I don't know when you have time to do normal life. And he is widely recognized for fostering meaningful dialogue, ethical leadership, and stronger relationships between law enforcement and the community. This year's National Black History Month theme is a century of Black history commemorations, and it marks the 100th anniversary of Dr. Carter G. Woodson's launch of Negro History Week in 1926, which laid the foundation for how Black history is studied, preserved, and celebrated today. Black history is American history.
Say that again.
Black history is American history. The leadership, yeah. The leadership, resilience, creativity, and innovation of Black Americans have shaped every aspect of our society, from civil rights and public service to science, culture, and the arts. Here in Redondo Beach, we proudly recognize the Black leaders, educators, artists, business owners, and community advocates whose contributions continue to strengthen and enrich our community. Black History Month offers us not only a time for reflection, but also an opportunity to renew our shared commitment to equity, inclusion, and opportunity for all who live and work in our city. I encourage all our residents to participate in education programs, cultural events, and meaningful conversations throughout this month. And I'm gonna go a little off the script that Renee gave me for your, so you guys know Renee writes everything I say up here, so I don't meander or talk too long. Stand up, Renee. She keeps me straight. Before I present the proclamation, I'm gonna go off script a little. I was asked by someone in the community when they saw the agenda, why do we keep doing this every year? Why do we keep doing Black History Month? Don't we already know it? And I don't think we do. I've talked to a lot of Redondo residents. I've studied the history since I moved here, since 1989. I don't think most people realize we had KKK in our city when it was first formed. Now, we've gone a long way since then, obviously, but we're not done yet. I know, just a few years ago, my good friends, the Hazel teens, put up a Black Lives Matter sign on their hedge, and they were targeted by white supremacists for putting that sign up. This is in our city. There was a Northrop Grumman engineer who was arrested for white supremacist activities, and similarly, another Redondo resident was arrested for the very same. So while we've come a long way, there's more we can do. We should use Black History Month and MLK Day and every other opportunity we can as a reminder to reinvigorate our commitment to do better ourselves and to help the community do better. Now, I'm not qualified to sit up here and say when should we stop recognizing Black History Month. I'm a white male, German background. We moved here in 1719, my family did, so I have no clue what you guys have experienced through the years. So I'm not qualified. So I'm gonna leave it to folks like you. When you tell me you think we're done celebrating Black History Month and MLK Day, I'm gonna go off your lead, but I think we got a lot more we can do with that. And why did I pick Dr. Goodloe, or ask Dr. Goodloe to come up here today? First off, he's been a community leader in this area for years. He's worked with the city, he's worked with the Surf Club, but just recently I went to the public MLK Day celebration down at the Surf Club, which he led and put together. And I'll tell you, I was so moved by that, there's nobody else I would ask to do this. So thank you for doing that. And I wanna work with you on what we can do more to make a better place for everybody.
Deal. They're all on the record. We got all on the record.
Yep. So with that, it's my honor on behalf of the City of Redondo Beach and the City Council to officially proclaim February 2026 as Black History Month in the City of Redondo Beach. And this is for you.
Thank you so much.
Get in there?
It's a good look. There we go. You guys. Beautiful. Double checking. Looking sharp. Last one. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's
Very good. Floor is all yours, Dr. Good luck.
Thank you. I just have some brief words here I want to share. We can start running my clock time now. Your Honor, members of the council, I accept this proclamation on behalf of the Legion of Men and Women, including my mom, Mary Forney Wagner, who left this earth just 2 Sundays ago, who have done so much for a country that oftentimes did not love them as much. From science to mathematics, engineering, literature, education, athletics, entertainment, music, politics, and faith, there is no aspect of American society and history that African Americans have not influenced. From the resistance to Jim Crow laws, anti-war protests, civil rights, and poverty campaigns to the advancement of human rights, African Americans have been instrumental in shaping America into a more perfect union, doing what was required in more moments, when our nation was marred by conflict, chaos, and confusion. The African American term Sankofa describes a bird with his head facing forward, facing backwards, and his feet forward, embodying the idea of looking back while moving forward. Similarly, African American History Month commemorates past contributions while urging us to move forward courageously at this historic moral inflection point in our nation. It reminds us to reflect with gratitude, renew our commitment to our democracy, and be fully engaged with one another without dismissing others because of their origins, their physical appearances, their occupation. It challenges us to move forward with creativity, faith, grit, grace, honesty, and compassion, and human decency. We need human decency. It calls us to turn towards one another, not against each other, and it reminds us that neglecting our foundational documents exacts a cost on our nation beyond term limits and news cycles. This moment calls for peacemakers, including those charged with protecting and serving, to exercise restraint and de-escalation of violence, for elected officials to serve their citizens honorably and uphold their oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution, and citizens to protest peacefully and to meet brute force with moral force. Lastly, I believe we are in a moral moment testing our nation's character. Just look at the news. Character, a moment to be remembered for acts of goodwill. We are in that moment now. Sacrifice over self-preservation, kindness over cruelty, faith over fear, justice for all, not for the weaponization of the law. What does this moment require of our city council, our mayor, our citizens? At a minimum, it requires us to seek justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with God. I'm all in on that. I'm looking for a few folks who are willing to stand and be a part of that as well. Mr. Mayor, again, thank you so much. Members of City Council, thank you so much for your hospitality, your kindness shown towards me, and acknowledging this important month and the contributions of African Americans to our nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we have the swearing in.
Yes.
Read on that. Oh.
This is my favorite part of the job. So I'm Eleanor Manzano, the city clerk, and I'm here to administer the oath to the office of the new senior deputy city prosecutor, Richard Josephson. So if you can raise your hand and face them, I'll be here.
Do you want a mic too, Eleanor?
Repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Richard Josephson,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well
and I will well
and faithfully discharge
and faithfully discharge
the duties upon
duties upon
which I'm about to enter.
which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
That's how we get out of speeding tickets. I was told to give brief remarks, very brief. My family's here. They know that I'm excel at brief speeches.
Please.
But no, there's 4 people that I really have to thank. 2 of them, Joy and Sydney, for taking a chance on me. Do you guys regret it at all? It's only been a week, so we'll give it some time. The other, my lovely wife, Sandra, who's sitting over there, for putting up with me every day. And of course, my mom, for which I would not be here today. All right? So was that brief enough, I guess? All right, carry on.
Wants a picture with you guys.
Congratulations. You want a family with your, a picture with your family? A family with your
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Hi there. Yeah. Or swallow it.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Okay, continuing with item D, I do have a travel report. I did go to the U.S. Mayor's Conference last week from Tuesday through Friday. It was my first one, and it was much more productive than I had expected. I got to meet with mayors from around the country and talk. We all have similar problems. It's interesting to find out, and it was interesting to hear their unique solutions and perspectives on those problems. We also got to talk with industry partners. I got to meet with our 2 state senators, Padilla and Schiff, and we met with Congressman Liu's staff. Congressman Liu was back here in LA. We crossed in the air because Congress wasn't in session until this week. But it was a very eye-opening experience. Got a lot of ideas that I brought back from that I'm already starting to implement. We have a meeting set up with Google to talk about AI. We have another company that'll be coming in to discuss possibly some more cost-effective and actually cost-earning backup power systems for the future that we don't have to pay anything into, which may help us with our new police and fire facilities. So it was well worth the money spent, and I will definitely be attending in the future. We also just yesterday had the dedication of the Sea Chatter mural along Catalina in our public works yard, and had the artists come out, and tear-jerking story. I'm not going to go through it again because I'll start crying again, but yeah, the orange here is to represent the, to respect the artist's wife who passed away during the process of creating the art. So it was kind of a tear-jerking event, but at the same time, celebrating some new artwork in the city with more to come. And then right before I flew out to the U.S. Mayor's Conference, we had the official ribbon cutting on the white sea bass grow out facility down in the harbor. And that was, it's another area where Redondo Beach is given back to the environment. And this is a program we used to have when C-Lab was open, and it had been dead after C-Lab closed, and we just reinvigorated it. So that was very rewarding. With that, I'll go to Councilmember Waller. Anything you want to announce?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I also have some travel. I attended the League of California Cities Mayor and Council Members Academy in Sacramento 2 weeks ago. About 6 hours after finishing up the city council, I was in the air, headed up to Sacramento. League of California Cities is interesting. 473 of the 482 cities in the state of California are members, which gives it a wide range of size, locations, and demographics. I went to sessions to help me get better at advocacy in Sacramento, talked about zoning, housing, CEQA, and EIRs, as well as best practices in social media. There's a bunch of others, but those were my highlights. I was also appointed by the president of California City, or League of California Cities, to be a representative on the Housing, Community, and Economic Development Committee, which met on the last day of the event, where we talked about the latest legislation and committee priorities. Councilmember Barrett was there for that as well, and he may have his own feedback on that committee. I was also at the Seabass pen ribbon cutting and the Sea Chatter mural dedication yesterday. This week, I'll be attending the Clean Power Alliance Board of Directors meeting on Thursday. Keep the Esplanade Beautiful will hold their first sweep of the year this Saturday. Meet at Avenue I and Esplanade at 9 a.m. They'll have everything you need. It just takes an hour. Don't forget that Sunday is the 48th annual Super Bowl Saturday 5K, 10K run walk. You can still register at redondo10k.com. And finally, my community meeting will be Saturday, February 14th at the Alta Vista Community Center from 9:30 to 10:30 a.m. I will not be giving away Valentine's candy.
Are you going to be starting the 5K or?
I'll be starting the baby buggy race, I believe.
Okay. I think I'll be starting the 10K.
Right, I think I'm doing the 5.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Castle.
So I'll start in reverse order. I will be attending the Chamber of Commerce Super Bowl 10K and starting the 5K on Sunday. I also attended the White Seabass pen ribbon cutting as well as the Sea Chatter mural dedication. And also we had 2 ribbon cuttings with the Chamber of Commerce over the last week. One for the Body Rock Pilates and also Urban Edge Cafe that both open in the plaza here next door to City Hall. So those are 2 great additions to the neighborhood, and that's all I have this week.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kalajevic.
Couple things that weren't mentioned. We attended the Metro board meeting.
Oh, yeah.
That was a big deal.
Victory.
A unanimous decision by the board of directors for Metro that the alignment for the C line extension to Torrance will go down Hawthorne Boulevard and not down the row. It's amazing. It's great. And I see some residents and
thanks for waving
neighbors in the audience. It was great to see you all there too. And then Councilman Obaji and I held a community meeting that following Saturday. It was very well attended, maybe 50, 60 people there. Great conversations. We got an update from Mr. Backley from Beach Cities Health District on some proposed development ideas happening on the campus there. Great discussions about just about everything in the city, and there were people from all different viewpoints. It was great to have discussions with people in the room, and it was great. Councilman Obaji, thank you for the donuts.
Thank you for co-hosting.
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
2.5 hours, actually. My wife was not happy when I got back home. But yes, huge victory for Redondo Beach and Lawndale and the South Bay to get the Hawthorne alignment for the Metro extension because that generates the highest ridership and has the least adverse impacts on our residents. This is my only announcement, but it's going to be a long one because I want to say thank you. Recognize the Lawndale residents who fought alongside us in Redondo Beach, and these are the strongest advocates I've seen locally pretty much ever here. That's John and Chelsea Schreiber, Ray Holler, who the directors at Metro even knew Ray by name and called him out because he's gone so often. Joshua Perkey. Joshua was behind all the videos that you saw online if you saw any videos about Metro. In Redondo Beach, Nikki Negretti Mitchell, Dr. Holly Osborne, amazing work.
She got the quote of the day too.
Yes, quote of the day. Do you want a Metro to a cemetery or a mall? And the Metro directors quoted her in making their motion. even Wayne Craig, Mayor Jim Light, before he was mayor, first rescued our waterfront, next came up and fought for our neighborhoods in North Redondo, and I really appreciate that every time there was an opportunity to do so. The South Bay Cities Council of Governments, those directors, while they stayed neutral on alignment, they did register the disagreement over the use of the right-of-way, and I appreciate that. The cities of Hawthorne and Hermosa Beach for their partnership and support when we needed them. Thank you to Mayor Bill Brandt, because he was the one who said to me, Zane, before, when this first started, there was no Hawthorne option. It's only through activism did we get the Hawthorne option on the table. And you've got to make this part of your platform, and you've got to fight for it, and you got to go to Nikki Negretti's house and meet them and see how close this train goes to their house. So I did, and we did, and I'm sure Mayor Brand's smiling right now down at us. Former council members Nils Nierenheim and Todd Lowenstein, they're part of this fight also, and did the walks with Metro way back when Supervisor Mitchell first came out to check out the scene. The current council, which has extended unanimous support for the victorious Hawthorne alignment. Thank you, with the exception of Councilmember Barrett, who's been recused. City Attorney Joy Ford, thank you for supporting us, especially also in our Plan B strategy if this didn't go our way. City Manager Uzansky, for retaining the experts that we needed for that Plan B strategy, for carrying forward the policy choice of the council.
And the bus.
The buses, Luke Smoody, thank you for arranging all that. First-class service also, he was calling people to make sure that they weren't going to get on the bus if they had registered for it, that we weren't going to leave them behind. And Councilmember Kalajirovich, over the last 2 years, for your collaborative, cooperative leadership and partnership on this issue that made North Redondo that much stronger. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. I did want to announce tonight that Councilmember Obaji and I will be having a joint community meeting. It's going to be Monday, February 23rd, 6 p.m. at the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center. We have a very special guest. It's the new Chief of Police, Stephen Springle, who's here tonight. And we're looking forward to, having him at our community meeting. Chief Springle is going to be presenting his priorities for our terrific police department and wonderful city, as well as taking questions, providing answers, and receiving input on issues important to residents. So all are invited. All districts are invited, district council members. And again, that's going to be Monday, February 23rd, 6 p.m. at the RB PAC. Please join us. Refreshments will be served.
I think it'd be cleaner if you don't get a quorum there, though.
Well, perhaps. Okay, and that's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I had one go back. I did announce at the last meeting that I did get the opportunity and the honor to speak to about 90 kids at the Paris Middle School. And this morning I found on my desk a whole bunch of handmade cards.
So great.
So this is one of the biggest rewards you could get as a public service. Sorry. Okay, with that, and I think we're done with item D. Let's see, we're going on to item E, approve the order of the agenda. Because of some schedules of some folks who will be speaking here today from the Council of Governments, we're going to move N1 to before item H. That's the consent calendar. Would any of the council like to move any other items on the agenda?
Is there a motion to move?
I'll make a motion to move N1 ahead of the consent calendar.
I just wanted to see if there's any others that people wanted to, and nothing else? Okay, so.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second, all for moving N1 to before item H on the consent calendar.
Aye. Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, so be it. That's a unanimous vote. Jumping down to agency recess. Can I get a motion to recess to the regular meeting of the Community Financing Authority?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all for?
Aye.
Okay, that's unanimous. Could I get a roll call, please, I'm going to call to order the Redondo Beach Community Financing Authority. Could I get a roll call, please?
Member Waller.
Present.
Member Castle.
Here.
Member Kaludowicz.
Here.
Member Obaji.
Here.
Member Barrett.
Here.
And Chairman Light.
Here. Could I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda, please?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All for it?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, so be it. We have no items under B. We have 4 items under the consent calendar. I want to pull item C4 for a little bit of explanation, but that's the only one I want to pull. Anyone else? Okay, so with that, I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar items C1 through C3 and excluding item C4.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Before we vote, does any member of the public wish to address items C1 through C3 on the Redondo Beach Community Financing Authority agenda? Anyone online?
I have none online and no e-comments.
Okay, all for?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Now we're going to excluded consent calendar items. I did exclude C4, and I just did that because that's a larger number than we normally see on the financing authority. It's a $243,000 combination of checks. Could you give us a brief explanation on why we're seeing that at this time?
Sure. Stephanie Meyer, Finance Director. So the two checks that make up the balance are fiscal year 24-25 year-end reconciliation items, which is why they appear a little bit larger. One is reimbursement for items that we didn't reimburse throughout the year. Those are our overhead costs. And the second and larger item, that represents the rental income for Kincaid's for the year, net of expenses, which we transfer back every year to the Harbor Tidelands Fund. So again, these are just year-end transactions, which is why they're larger and you see them one time.
So we should expect this every year?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have questions on that? Any other member of the council?
Motion to
Okay.
approve C4.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Does any member of the audience wish to adjust item C4 on the Community Financing Authority agenda? Anyone online?
I have none online or e-comments.
Okay, I'll call the vote then. All for?
Aye. Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Going down to item E, public participation on non-agenda items. This section is to provide the public with the opportunity to speak to any item that is not on this agenda that pertains to the Community Financing Authority. So does any member of the public wish to speak to something that's under the jurisdiction of the Financing Authority that is not already on this agenda? Okay, seeing none. Anyone online?
I have none.
Okay. We're going to item J on that separate agenda. Anybody have a referral to staff?
No. No.
Okay, seeing none, we'll jump to adjournment. Can I get a motion to adjourn back to our regular meeting of the City Council?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to second. All for?
Aye. Aye.
Okay, unanimous. So jumping back to the regular agenda, if you're following along, could I get a motion? Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kaludowicz.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
We have one go back on the announcements, item D, so we're going to go back there for a second.
I totally skipped in my notes, obviously, to thank the greatest power in all this, which was Supervisor Mitchell, who made the motion to direct the train down Hawthorne Boulevard. She met with us. She listened to us for the last 2 years, listened to our residents, came down, walked the row, and made a heroic, bold motion that contravened what the staff was recommending. I also want to thank Mayor Butts because he met with me and Mayor Brand once, and then again let us go down, the 3 of us here, go down to his office and talk with him again about this project. And it was very open, candid, and willing to hear us and available to us as our representative on the Metro Board, as well as the 2 directors who seconded the motion, DuPont Walker and Sandoval. That was no small feat considering staff was really pushing for the right-of-way. That's it. Thank you.
And I think, the fact that it was unanimous was
Yeah, the whole board. I mean,
surprise.
even Supervisor Hahn, our former supervisor, had told me directly over the last years, why wouldn't we put it down the row? And she voted for Hawthorne Boulevard, so.
Despite the fact that Torrance is under her jurisdiction.
Right.
Okay, so I apologize for going back there for a second. So we're going to go to item G, that's blue folder items. Do we have any blue folder items this evening?
Yes, Mayor, we have for J1, public participation on non-agenda items, we have public communication, and that's it.
Okay, can I get a motion to receive and file?
Move to receive and file.
Second.
Okay, all for?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Okay, now we're going to jump to N1. This is where we moved this forward earlier. And that is discussion and possible action regarding the formation of a South Bay Housing Trust Fund. So with that,
Yep.
Jane, you're going to take the floor.
All right. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Jane Chung with the City Manager's Office. Tonight's item focuses on two matters related to the South Bay City's Council of Governments: the formation of a South Bay Regional Housing Trust Fund and the Fifth Amended and Restated Joint Powers Authority Agreement. We're also joined this evening by Jackie Bacharach, Executive Director of the SBC COG, who will provide a separate presentation on the South Bay Regional Housing Trust Fund shortly, as well as Kevin Umania, Housing Project Coordinator with SB COG, and then Adam Eliasson. Sorry, Adam, with Civic Home. All right, tonight's presentation will begin with, again, the presentation from the SB COG regarding the Regional Housing Trust Fund. After that, the city attorney will present legal considerations or concerns related to the draft agreement that's attached to the staff report. I will then outline the key elements of the Fifth Amendment and Restated Joint Powers Agreement, and then conclude the presentation with staff's recommendations for City Council consideration. So with that said, I'll now turn the presentation over to Jackie to present, and then following the presentation, I'll come back and then shift it over to the city attorney. So just a moment.
How do we advance this? Or do you do it? Okay. Okay, well, first of all, thank you so much for moving this up, because we have another council that we have to go to. So I appreciate your doing that for us. We're here tonight to talk to you mostly about the Housing Trust. And I want to say before we get started that today Inglewood did agree to join the Housing Trust and pass the Joint Powers Authority. So we need 4 cities to make the Housing Trust a reality. We have 2 cities that have passed the Joint Powers Authority, 1 city that has approved joining but hasn't passed the document yet. So we're very close and feel that in the next week or tonight, we could have the Housing Trust. So this is sort of a reality. We're not just potential. I also want to say, because this is the first question we get asked, is that we are getting enough money from La Casa, which is the half-cent sales tax that is coming in, to provide the administrative fees for the Housing Trust. So for the first year, we are not anticipating any dues, that there would be no city contribution to join the Housing Trust. I say for the first year because we do have, the Housing Trust will have its own board. And so I cannot speak for the Housing Trust board, but if you join, you will be on that board and decide whether you want an assessment or not. I'll go into more details on the JPA agreement, but I'd like to introduce Kevin Omanya, who's our project coordinator on housing, and he's going to go through these slides that you see before you.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Honorable Mayor.
You can raise it up.
Toggle switch on the right.
Just hold it.
Hold it.
Oh. It's slow.
Thank you. Yes, good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. My name is Kevin Umania, Housing Project Coordinator with the South Bay City's Council of Governments. I'm here to provide a quick presentation on why the city of Redondo Beach should consider joining the South Bay Regional Housing Trust. And before I get into that, I want to provide a little bit of context. As you can see on your screen, in 2024, LA County voters passed Measure A, which, as Jackie mentioned, is a half sales tax increase to fund homeless and affordable housing services. This is projected to bring in approximately $1.1 billion a year, and this funding does not sunset. This is forever. And a portion of that funding goes to a new county agency called the Los Angeles County Affordable Housing Solutions Agency, also known as La CASA. And La CASA provides funding to eligible jurisdictions like the South Bay COG to provide homeless prevention assistance and also affordable housing production, preservation, and ownership activities. And that is the topic of discussion here today. So next slide. Here's a bit of a breakdown of the mandated funds that are meant to use for affordable housing. And I would like to emphasize that this is 100% affordable housing that must be used with these funds, not luxury condominiums, not market rate housing, solely 100% affordable housing. And as you can see, a column in the PPO new construction, a portion must be invested in new construction. In the PPO flexible column, a portion of our funding must be used for also new construction, but also preservation activities and homeownership activities. And also highlighted on the table are also other council of governments, such as the Gateway Cities Council of Governments and the San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments, who also have housing trusts. And in the next slide, I bring that up because both council of governments wanted to tackle the housing crisis through a regional approach. And in 2020 and 2023, they both formed a housing trust. And in 2025, when La Casa was formed, they were both housing trusts were able to incorporate La Casa's funds into their trust. In the next slide, we are in a different scenario where the South Bay Cities Council of Governments has never invested in housing, never invested in affordable housing. However, we have this new pot of funding, thanks to La Casa, to invest in affordable housing production, preservation, and ownership. So the question today isn't necessarily, should we form a housing trust in a vacuum? We have an existing pot of funding. However, due to the Council of Governments never investing in housing before, we are not set up to maximize La Casa's portfolio activity. So the question is whether should we continue to do it in the COG where we are limited, or should we utilize La Casa's funds in a housing trust where we can maximize that portfolio? And I'll get into that a little bit later in the presentation. And then in the next slide, this is something Jackie mentioned. Again, reiterating, no dues will be collected in the first year. That will be decided by a future trust board, which is made up of you all, city representatives. And, we've never met a council member who loves paying dues. So, you all get to decide that if you decide to join. And in the next slide, I briefly mentioned that the Council of Governments is limited in what we can do to invest in housing, affordable housing production, preservation, and ownership activities. Currently, we can only provide grants to new projects, and we can also provide rental and operating subsidies to existing projects. The activities in red may not be possible under the COG's current authority, and grants and rental subsidies aren't enough to just build affordable housing, preserve it, and create ownership opportunities. It takes soft development loans, construction, pre-development loans, preservation, acquisition, and equity stakes. We can also participate in master leasing of buildings, direct services such as home buyer assistance programs. However, all of these activities would be possible with a housing trust. And in the next slide, really briefly, I mentioned the COG can only provide grants. And grants are actually not favorable to affordable housing developers because they create a tax liability. It's treated as taxable income, and that tax hit can actually outweigh the grant itself. And then when developers are applying for federal tax credits, where sometimes essential to pencil out projects, that reduces and weakens the application. So affordable housing developers prefer the financing tools that I had just previously mentioned in the previous slide rather than grants. And in the next slide, here you can see the San Gabriel Valley Housing Trust is already is generating over $230,000 a year in interest and loan fee revenue. And this revenue goes directly back into the community, goes directly back into future loans and future affordable housing projects. That is something we can do with our La Casa funds, however, cannot because we do not have a housing trust. We can only provide grants. However, with the housing trust, we could provide these loans and recoup some of the money and direct them to future projects. The next slide. I know I'm talking a lot about affordable housing development, but if there are no development opportunities, or if you do not want to develop affordable housing, there are other opportunities to participate in LACASA's PPO funds, or the Housing Trust. And that includes the preservation of existing affordable housing, master leasing, rent and operating subsidies, first-time home buyer assistance programs, and also the income verification of existing low-income housing. This is something the trust will have to find funding for this, or it can act as a central administrator for cities to achieve economies of scale, because LACASA projects already have funding for income verification. The next slide.
May I ask a question on that?
Sure.
What if we have, we're not going to develop from new, but acquiring an existing building and refurbishing it as affordable housing or subsidized housing?
Right, one of our if I might just add to that, one of our needs in the community is family housing. So an idea of purchasing an apartment building, refurbishing it, and having that be 100% affordable, dedicated to family housing.
Would that fit in the?
Yes.
Okay. So development can mean refurbishing.
Correct.
Acquiring and refurbishing.
Correct. And that leads you perfect segue into the next slide, which is, I wanted to talk a little bit about naturally occurring affordable housing. And this is something that occurs in all of our cities. This could be reasons for mom and pop landlords just not wanting to charge market rate. But here's an example of an 81 unit apartment building that was listed in Gardena. As you can see on the table below, the rents are way below market rate. So ideally, a housing trust, what they could do is intervene and prevent investors from purchasing buildings like this and jacking up the rents. Housing trust can preserve those units to stay affordable and also to refurbish them if there is that need. So, great point. And in the next slide, we're seeing this all across the country. Private equity firms, the BlackRocks of the world, are buying up single-family homes and increasing the rents, creating unaffordable communities for our residents. And ideally, housing trusts would intervene in those markets and preserve homes.
Ask a quick question.
Yes.
Housing trust would intervene in those markets and purchase the homes. The folks who own those properties, including those on your prior slide, would have the ability to sell those homes to a trust at market rates, right? Right. I mean, they could say, pick the price, and then the trust would buy it at the market rate. That may even be the BlackRock rate, so to speak, right?
Essentially.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Adam, why don't you just-
And so the idea would be then the city comes in, or the trust comes in, having paid market rates, then they would subsidize lower rates, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So the trust is a financing entity that partners with various local developers to effectuate some of these activities. Everything's negotiable. We work closely in other areas with other trusts that we advise, and those developers are buying properties, and then the financing comes from us, a very low deferred loan, no payments for like 50 years. And then when that project gets recapitalized, money comes back, and we revolve that back out to another project.
Okay.
Yeah. Our JPA document mandates that no project would ever be moved forward with financing from the trust unless the city approved that project in the community too.
Right.
In the actual community, the city where the project exists.
Yeah, even though the trust board cannot take action unless that city approves.
And that would be through their governing body? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thanks for letting us interrupt you.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
We invited Adam because he's done so many other trusts, we thought.
Yeah. In the next slide, I can wrap it up soon, but this slide really shows that no city is immune to the financial stress that our constituents are facing. In 2024 alone, the city of Redondo Beach faced 106 eviction filings, and evictions are a pathway to homelessness. In the next slide. The need for 100% affordable housing has never been greater. There are many vulnerable populations, essential populations that could benefit from 100% affordable housing are seniors that are in fixed income, essential workers, city employees, the developmentally physically disabled, all who can live, should be able to live where they work and also continue to live where they've been living forever with the help of 100% affordable housing. And then almost in the next slide, just really quickly, it's really hard to build affordable housing, but it's also hard to build a natural pipeline of affordable housing. And this is evidence in these numbers here. Between 2022 and 2023, very little affordable housing was built in the South Bay. However, in the San Gabriel Valley Housing Trust, has a pipeline of 875 units and has built 927 units to date on top of what is naturally occurring in their market. So housing trusts can, rally the region and come together to solve the problem together. And then this is the last slide. I won't go into it, but just to wrap it up, I want to reiterate a point earlier that I made is that the question isn't whether we should form a housing trust in a vacuum. La Casa has given us this pot of funding to invest in affordable housing production, preservation, and ownership activities. Currently, the COG is not set up to do that. So the question is, should we continue to do that where the COG is limited, or should we form a housing trust where we can really maximize La Casa's funding opportunities and activities? So with that, I'll pass it on to Jackie.
I have just a few slides about the JPA agreement. The actual agreement and the organization would be the conduit to which you would be able to do the flexible funding and provide cities technical assistance. Let's go forward. The governing board would be one member from each member city, and 2 trust board members have to be housing experts. And those experts would be chosen by the city managers who are going to be able to define what a housing expert is. Is that a community development director, whatever? And they have to do that very shortly now that we probably have a housing trust. The way the staff works in other or regions is that the COG staff is actually administering this to save funding for 2 executive directors and all that stuff, but they contract a lot of the very detailed things like the financial analysis and things like that with firms so that you have experts, but you don't have a whole other staff doing that. And then the legislation that formed this housing trust requires an advisory committee, which the board will have to figure out how they want to do that. Next slide.
Oh, before you leave that, I got a similar briefing earlier. I don't know if it's the exact same briefing, but I might have misinterpreted it. So the governance board, so there's 1 board member from each city.
Right.
And then there's 2 board directors from each city representing housing, or just 2 across the board?
There's 2, just 2. Members
who picks that?
The city managers pick them, and that's a housing. Those have to be housing experts.
So they get together?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. The member city managers, right. Okay, so what the Housing Trust can do is, as you see, I don't want to read all this for you, but it really promotes regional cooperation and shared solutions. We would set ourselves tools, evaluation metrics. We would be transparent, accountable, and sustainable, and try to capture other capital funding. So other trusts have gotten other kinds of funding from when the state had money. If it gets money again, we would go there, and then other areas that we would look for to find additional funding. You want to go to the next slide? Next slide. Our trust is a little different because it was formed under legislation. The legislation is currently restricting us in a couple of ways. We have some cleanup legislation, but as I said, the effective date of the JPA is the date of approval of the 4th city to join the trust. I actually don't know if that means, because we have 4 cities now, but they haven't all signed the JPA agreement. So I'll have to find out what the legal language is on all of that. So next slide. This is really important. This is what we were saying before. The trust cannot do anything that the city in which the property is in doesn't approve of. So we cannot regulate land use. We cannot levy or advocate any fees. We can't require inclusionary zoning. We can't require you to assign obligations or any kind of conditions. But and we can't require you to have a certain number of housing units. It's your decision. We're there to assist you, not to override local control. Next slide. Once again, this is restating how the board is consisting of, but the withdrawal is very important too, because it is no cost to get in, and you can get out at any time if we receive notice 90 days before the end of a fiscal year. And it says payment of administrative fees, but at this point there are no administrative fees. So that really explains what the JPA is, and I just wanted to finish by telling you that we are very concerned about not starting the JPA too early. As I said, by tomorrow, we could have 4 cities, and we could technically have a meeting and get going. We don't want to do that. We want to wait for a maximum number of cities. So I've explained to city managers and our board that we want cities to make this decision by March 31st and designate a delegate or their member. If after March 31st, we will set the first meeting, which I'm currently picturing would be April 23rd, which is our board meeting. It would be 4 o'clock before our COG board meeting. At that meeting, you'd elect a chair, you'd have regular meeting dates, you'd do all of the formation things that will happen at that meeting. But that means that the maximum number of cities that really want to get in to do all the initial policies, the work program, should try to be there at that first meeting. So you need to make this decision by March 31st. And then, if a city's out, they're out. I also want to mention that for the first couple of meetings, I would like to schedule study sessions. How do you do a first-time home buyers? What is a soft loan? Just sort of the kinds of things that the trust will need to be addressing and how we can all learn together. And we would invite everybody to come to those study sessions. So that's our schedule, and it looks like it will hold because it looks like we're on our way to having a trust. We'd be very glad to answer any questions. As I said, Adam is here and has done other trusts throughout LA County and beyond.
Okay, thank you. You may have mentioned this. I thought I heard something about administrative fees, but the elected officials that are appointed to this board, they can't do the day-to-day stuff. So how is the day-to-day administration funded?
The administration is going to be staff that will be staffed at the COG. We'll hire, we will probably contract with firms, specialized firms, and then we will, this is to be decided by the trust board, but we would probably do the meetings and those kinds of things. So, and as far as you're very busy people, we actually have an amendment. Senator Allen put this original legislation in. There is currently an amendment right now, and SB 799, I think, which would allow for a non-elected alternate. We've gotten the city of Rolling Hills Estates, for example, has a former council member that is really schooled in these kinds of issues, and they would like to appoint that former council member because they all work. And so right now, that would not be allowed. So we are running a legislation to allow for non-elected alternates that would be chosen by the city. The city would still be accountable, but if that's what you wanted, that's what you could do.
Yeah, but that contractor you hire to administer, the funds would come out of the $7.302 million that you...
Yes, we have money for administration. And it is estimated the administration will be, for other COGs, it's been about $500,000 once you evaluate projects and start all these programs. And we are getting from La Casa administrative and technical assistance money that should cover that.
So that's not out of the 7.3 million?
It is out of the 7.3.
It is out of...
Yes.
So it's 6.8 to actually do stuff.
And also La Casa itself has I think it says a small city allocation, which I don't know if Redondo qualifies. I don't know what small city is. But also, I mean, I know what you are. I don't know what theirs is.
Right.
And they also have other funds that we can apply for matching funds. So we would leverage that. We would try to leverage our money immediately with La Casa's money.
Okay. Some of the council has their hands up. Is that for questions to the COG here? Yes. Okay. So we'll start with Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Well, my question was going to be about dues. You already asked that. I would just, right now we are getting affordable housing in the community through development, kind of, at the will of the developers. We don't have much say in what that affordable housing ends up being in that process. One of the things that we are trying to wrap our arms around is we have existing affordable housing in the community. Are we keeping track of it? Are we managing it? Are we maintaining it? And I think the answer right now is we're looking into it. But I thought I saw in your presentation that this could be a tool that could help us do that. So that admin burden could be part of the housing trust assistance.
There are things like income verification, which you have to do.
Right.
The housing trust can do that if the building is, Adam, correct me if I'm wrong, the building was built with La Casa funds.
Okay.
But they're telling us that we can't do it if the building wasn't. And I would personally like to go back and argue that point.
Right.
Because we would have that bureaucracy, we would be able to do it less expensively for the whole region, because we'll need that for the La Casa funded projects.
Right, because at that point, they also said in preserving affordable housing. So if we don't know that it's being maintained as affordable housing, and so you can make the argument that it is a process of preserving affordable housing.
Right, and I absolutely agree with you, and I know Manhattan Beach is very concerned about this. They have absolutely no bureaucracy to do this, and they're getting affordable housing, and they're gonna have to create staff where we would have to do it anyway. So the question is, can we find other funding, or can we just tell La Casa they got to change their guidelines?
And I think these are all new, Measure A, all the rules around it. I think these are important questions that we kind of hold the county's feet to the fire and say, that the rules need to be working for us too. Right. And so I think this is a good example of one of those things that we need to make sure that we push through.
Right. Yeah, okay. I didn't want to misspoke.
That's the question I wanted to ask.
Councilmember Abaji.
Hi, Jackie. Thanks for being here. First question is, this Measure A money that comes down, does our money, Redondo Beach's money, necessarily go to the COG? That's a yes.
By ordinance, it goes to either the COG or a trust.
Okay, by ordinance at the county level?
Measure A, what we voted on, were listed in that proposition or measure.
So no matter what, our housing money is going to be directed at the COG level?
That money, yes.
Unless we were to withdraw, well, no, if we were to withdraw from the COG, it would still go to the COG. Okay, all right. So, no, this is good. I mean, I favor this, but I just want to play out all the scenarios for everybody else here. So, we're going to have to appoint somebody to this trust. It seems like Councilmember Kalajevic, you are becoming our resident expert on housing on this. And so if so, would you be willing to serve as the city's delegate? Not to jump to that question now, but it's something we got to contemplate, because
I would be open to the suggestion at that time. Yeah.
Okay. And then I suppose if there's anybody else who would want to be on the trust or the delegate, I think they should voice that now. I think one concern I heard, contrary to joining the trust, is, well, what if a majority of the cities don't join the trust? Then the majority will actually be outside the trust at the COG and controlling the amount of money that the trust receives. Is that accurate or potentially accurate?
It's my expectation, and would you want to answer that?
Yeah.
Why don't you answer that?
We looked at that option because it was actually a really good question. And we identified 3 different scenarios. One is the least expensive staffing. One is the middle range staffing. One's the most expensive. The least expensive staffing is if we can get the member cities to come into the trust, and then the staff that's assigned to the trust takes care of all the administrative duties related to the trust. If you have a scenario where some cities are not part of the trust and some cities aren't part of the trust, now we've got to do administrative help for the non-trust cities because they have a right to that money too.
Right.
And now we're doing double things because we're doing administrative efforts for the COG and the trust as well. So that's the most expensive scenario.
Having been on the COG, I just don't think the delegate for the last couple of years, I can't imagine a scenario where 100% of the members join the trust. Jackie, what are your thoughts on this?
I think 100% won't, but I also think the ones that don't won't be taking advantage of most of the
Okay, right, so I'm thinking of the smaller
programs.
ones, some of the smaller cities on the peninsula probably are like, we're not doing anything with affordable
Well,
housing.
we'll find, I'm on my way to Rancho Palos Verdes, so we'll find out.
Okay, that's a bigger one on the peninsula, but yes, okay. So I'd be inclined to join, and because of all that it offers and empowers us to do with our Measure A monies to advance the cause of affordable housing during an affordable housing crisis. And I don't think the state is doing enough to advance affordable housing with all their bills. But I would maybe want to condition our agreement to join the trust upon 50% of the COG members joining the trust. So once 50% indicated that they'd be joining, we would join also, so that we don't end up with a scenario where a majority are actually outside the trust and controlling how much, money is going to be allocated within the trust or outside the trust.
If I can just speak to that.
Yeah, please.
4 cities will create the trust. So once 4 cities create it, if you're not there at the table, you're not going to be able to influence any of those trust programs if you're interested in them. So
all the money now, if it's created, all the money will flow to the trust?
No, not necessarily, but the way the trust works, you won't be sitting at the table to.
Right.
Yeah, but we'll have to make that decision depending on how many cities are involved or not. But I think it would be, you want to answer this?
Sorry. So we keep talking about Measure A, but regional housing trusts were around for a long time before Measure A came around. There's 800 housing trusts up and down the state of California right now. Oh, in the country, sorry. There's 78 in the state of California. I was the trust manager for Orange County's Regional Housing Trust for the past 6 years. And over that period of time, we brought $60 million worth of state, federal, and county funding into the trust. And then we funded 26 projects totaling 2,000 affordable units over a 6-year period. So I want to emphasize that this is not just about Measure A. It's a great thing, recurring, no sunset dates, amazing. But the trust is going to be looking at working with legislators at the state level when they have funding, because that was a big source. We were going to the state and getting funding when things were healthy. San Gabriel got $26 million, one fell swoop, for their trust when they got formed because the coffers were really well. And we got funding in Orange County. Gateway got set up. We've received SCAG funding of $5 million, a grant. Has nothing to do with Measure A. And we're going to take that $5 million, we're going to match it with a CDFI, Community Development Financial Institution, and match it and create a $10 million acquisition and pre-development loan program. Has nothing to do with Measure A. So I just want to make sure that we are about helping your staff find ways to carry out the types of affordable housing you want to do, providing technical support, bringing funding that just Measure A is not the only thing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So back, Jackie, to the point I was articulating, but I guess to push back against that point, we don't lose, if we do join the trust, we don't lose our seat on the COG to make the decisions that the COG is going to make relative to where the money is going to be allocated, right?
Right. Right.
The COG will only lose control over that money that the trust receives, not through Measure A, but for example, through legislative grants or other grants, right?
The reason I'm equivocating here, and maybe Adam, you can help me, is that the legislation actually names the trust. So I suppose if we got into conflict with the trust could ask for the money directly from La Casa. But right now, the COG would control that money and how much the trust is getting.
Okay. So, Mr. City Manager, do you have any concerns as long as we continue to have our seat at the COG? We have a director at the COG. If we join the trust, then we have a seat in the trust too to direct the policy at the trust. I don't see the downside there.
I don't see a major downside with the ability to withdraw on 90 days notice. I think that gives us some comfort. The only scenario that gives me a little bit of pause, which I think is along the lines that you're articulating, which is why there could be some opportunity for us to wait and see and sign the JPA for the trust in March, by the deadline, is the scenario that you described, where perhaps the vast majority of the COG cities do not want to participate, four or five do, and then the controlling COG directors say, we're going to limit the amount of funds that the trust receives, and we're going to maximize what's ultimately allocated to the non-participatory agencies. That, at that point, being in the trust doesn't give you a lot of, I guess, positive upside. I suspect that we're probably going to have a majority of the COG members that will engage. So in the event that the majority of the COG controlling directors are supportive of the trust and participatory in the trust, I think the trust is where we should be. My only pause would be the scenario where it's just a small minority of COG agencies that are participating.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay, Councilmember Waller.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the slides talked about getting interest and loan fee revenue. And can that be used for anything like administrative costs, or does it have to go right back into the programs?
You talk the interest? Make sure I.
Yeah, so the interest income goes back into the administration of housing programs that the trust is taking care of. So it can have some flexibility, but it can't be spent for non-eligible activities. It has to be all affordable housing within the guidelines that La Casa has established. But yes, there is these loans, either the short-term, like acquisition pre-development loans, or longer-term loans. They all earn a small amount of interest over time, and when they get repaid, then that comes back to the trust, and that can help support the admin of the trust as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oddly enough, one of the first sections I read of the agreement was the section 10 about admission and withdrawal, because to me, a lot of contracts, it's like some things matter more than others, and for us, it's, the startup and, the divorce is the things I was looking at. And the withdrawal within 90 days of the end of the fiscal year, basically, if you make a choice late, we would owe the fees for the next year, assuming there are fees.
Yeah, if there are
fees. Well, at some point there might be fees. I can see that happening. And, sort of like I think what you were trying to say is, if we choose 6 months from now to join, by then the startup would have been chosen, the two non-elected directors would have been chosen, so a lot of the structure would have been chosen. So I do see a lot of value in joining early, but I also understand the city manager's concern, Councilmember Obadi's concern about, we don't want to have it be a group of four on that first day, on the first meeting in April, because at that point, I could see it being not as useful. So I am in support of this. I like the idea of the fact that, it can do a lot of things that cannot be done otherwise, just purely cannot be done. It's not like, well, if we don't join this, we'll just do we'll do the same stuff. It'll just be harder. It's just not possible. Being able to prioritize, not that we can't prioritize exactly, but finding ways to get housing for people who work in our schools and our public safety, our firefighters, and our police. I've heard from the police union saying that they need lower cost options. They'd love to be able to live close to where they work and not have to commute 1 or 2 hours to get to work. So this does give those kinds of options and creates more housing opportunity. I'm not so sure if I like the fact, the option for non-elected directors. I've been part of other JPAs. There's a Clean Power Alliance, SoCal Rock. Because we are the board, the JPA is the board that makes the decisions and to a degree encumbers the cities as to what they can do. I think I'd be a little more comfortable having all fellow electeds, but that would be up to, I think, the JPA to decide how they would want to do that. Right. Similar to how we're looking at the next item on this agenda item for the update to the JPA agreement. But otherwise, I think I'll pass it on after this, but generally I'm in favor of this.
That it?
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know if Councilmember Castle had his hand up.
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay. And thank you, Jackie. I did have a question, the slide that was up earlier, and there's no need to put it back up, of the swimming pool in the apartment complex. And am I correct that one of the options for a property of that type would be for a trust to purchase the property?
Yes,
And then have lower rents for affordable housing?
yes.
Okay. And in that, so,
Not as the owner, sorry.
Can you come to the microphone?
We're not an owner of properties. We're a financer.
Okay.
We will work with developers who find opportunities like that apartment complex. We'll bring and partner with them and city staff to make sure that that project is what you want. And we provide the financing. That's
financing.
Yeah. We provide technical support and financing to help. We sometimes do an RFP for developers to come get, or NOFAs to get the funding from the trust and then distribute that.
All right. And so are we prohibited, or public entities, would the JPA be prohibited from owning the property and limited to only financing?
Yes, and I'll have to look at it, but there's some small exception in the JPA that allows a very short-term ownership for benefits that are to the trust. Maybe the city attorney remembers that language, but no, we're not long-term owners of property at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if the trust was to provide financing to a private developer to acquire a property of the type that we saw on the slide, that would allow that developer to acquire the property, own it.
And we put a loan on that property, and we put affordable covenants on that property. You get the RENA credit, and we do all the compliance. That's how it structures. And we work closely with staff and the developer to make sure that all happens.
Got it.
Yeah.
And then can any of the Measure A funds through the trust be used to support the maintenance, pay for the maintenance of the building, pay for the maintenance of the units, the swimming pool, et cetera? Can Measure A funds be used to maintain properties that are acquired by a developer through the financing of the trust?
Usually what happens is that's baked into the front end deal to make, the developer doesn't want to come back to us or anybody. They want all of that reserve money baked into the pro forma so that they have funding to replaster the pool or re-roof the complex.
Okay, so Measure A funds can be used for maintenance as long as they're banked on the front end with.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's all part of the construction and permanent loan financing that we do at the trust.
And that loan would be a loan on top of which interest could be earned, a la the San Gabriel example?
Yeah, it's a deferred loan, which means that the developer doesn't make payments. It earns interest, it accrues it over time. And it allows the developer to get other financing sources, like Kevin was saying. But the key is that they need some time to get the rents stabilized up higher before they recapitalize or refinance the project. So we defer our payments to us.
It's deferred. Is the money that's given to the developer sequestered and required to be used by the developer for maintenance? Can that covenant be put in, if you know?
There's a variety of programs for
variety of programs. Can that be done?
Yeah, for rental preservation,
yes,
which is one of the programs Measure A will support, eligible, you could put the funding in, but if you're asking, like, we want to make sure that they maintain the property over time, that can be part of the covenants on the property. And there are language that deals with maintenance on the affordability covenants.
And if they violate, if a covenant's in a property of that type and the developer violates the covenant, the property will revert back to the trust?
Yeah, we're the lender on that.
We'd have secured interest.
We're one of the lenders. There might be multiple lenders on that.
We'd be the senior secured interest?
Are we senior? No, usually not.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a much bigger fund that comes in to fund the project.
We filled the gap, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Adam. And part of the reason I'm asking is if the trust was to finance the acquisition of a property that currently may be suitable as an affordable housing property, yet there's no funding that could be directly put in by the trust to support maintenance of the property, and the property isn't maintained, and the plaster isn't done, and the swimming pool doesn't happen, then all of a sudden the trust has pretty much facilitated, like a slumlord, like a deteriorated property. And that could happen in the private market.
Right.
Yet I'm a little concerned about you acquire it and then it's worse than it was before.
But I think that's why, excuse me, I was going to say, I think that's why we hire people that have done these negotiated kinds of loans before. I'm not going to pretend like we have the skills in-house to do that, but we want to hire people that have done those kinds of negotiations because we don't want to create, that hasn't happened.
Don't want to create it in time's limited, but the point was just to express a concern that this is not a panacea. If what you're saying is accurate, where the trust lacks the ability to then put in funds to support the maintenance or to help with utilities, if we have low-income folks in these units, they can't pay their utilities. Now we're evicting them, and we saw the stats on evictions, 106. That's like a straight run to a bad scene. So I like the idea of having funds to help affordable housing. Thanks for walking through this a little bit. And, kind of is what it is. So thank you, Jackie. Thank you.
With the trust having a regulatory agreement covenant on the property,
you
have language that addresses the maintenance. Without the trust and a private developer buys the property, you have no control.
Got no control.
Unless you have code enforcement. And, we know what that is. But this is usually my experience.
We got pretty good code enforcement in the city.
Affordable housing is one of the best. I missed the good job.
It is, and I thank both of you for being here on this. I do want to move on if I could.
Councilman, just one thing to add. This could be in context of what the funds and ultimately what we receive through Measure A does and does not allow for trust and how they operate. But the trust itself, I don't think binds itself in this way. I believe the trust, at least the JPA that I'm reading, the draft document, would give us as a collective the ability to own, operate, construct.
Yes.
There's broad discretion in the JPA draft agreement that's attached. Whether or not the funding that we're using through La Casa allows us to do that type of things, another matter. So you're going to have the JPA's limits, and then you're going to have funding limits, which probably are going to ultimately better guide the JPA than the JPA itself. That's typically what happens.
Typically.
So
Thank you for that.
Just a little more context there.
Good. If I could quickly, Mayor, wanted to ask the city attorney, I see we have two folks from the office there. In the administrative report, there were a number of items spelled out, legal issues with respect to the JPA. Is there a single item in here that you think the council and mayor should be at the front of mind, a potential poison pill in your mind? Anything, if you have to pick one item from your, hey, keep this in mind, you've been forewarned, make a decision based on what you know. What, if anything, would you point out from this list?
So this list is not persuading one way or the other. These are what the JPA says. So I just want the council to be aware that if you choose to join the JPA, that this is what it has. Probably, to your point, Councilmember Barrett, the indemnity clause would probably be the most concerning because it does...
Indemnity clause?
The indemnification clause that would put the city at the most liability if a claim was made against the city.
I should mention that because of the concerns of your city attorney, we have asked all city attorneys to look at the JPA agreement before this coming Friday so that we have one document and we don't get each city attorney to make different changes along the way. So there might be other things that will come back, but the JPA agreement is now under review by all city attorneys.
Okay, so it's the indemnification provision. That's the one in here that you think...
It's the most concerning, but
okay.
it is to protect the JPA, but puts the city at more risk of having to pay legal fees.
All right. Thank you, and thank you, Mayor. I would say it's been an interesting discussion. I think some good points were raised by the city manager and others. You know, is this a matter of timing? I think March was the date. Do we do something tonight and just wrap it up and say we're in or out? Do we come back in April and kind of take another look, let this marinate? I'm open either way. City manager, if you have something to add.
Yeah, we are going to have to come back. We're not
we got to come back.
We're not prepared tonight to execute the JPA as drafted. As Jackie points out, there's going to be other edits to the document. My recommendation would be, hey, signal how you're all feeling about this so Jackie at least has some general sense of what she can articulate to the other prospective member agencies. Hey, Redondo's in, assuming, you know, the lion's share of the organizations are. And then we would come back with the necessary documents for approval and execution in March. That would be my recommendation.
Which would preserve our ability, if we were in, and if the lion's share, so to speak, of other entities were in, to be part of the initial drafting and formation.
Yep, and be at the initial meeting in April, because we would have been an early entree to the trust.
All right. For me personally, that's fine. I'd leave it up to the rest of the council and the mayor to provide input one way or the other.
So what are you looking for, a motion to continue?
Well, we're going to have to come back with the properly formatted document. We don't have a document for you to execute this evening.
It sounds like there's maybe changes based on city attorney.
Correct. That's there will be, knowing city attorneys in the region, there will be many changes, I assume.
Are you going to change the master document, the master JPA for the trust? Or are you just going to receive the revisions and then once the trust is formed, it's going to adopt a new operating agreement,
I
essentially?
think we're going to have to see what kinds of changes we get right now. I think our attorney has agreed with your attorneys on some of the wording, so I don't know that we disagreed, but it just depends on how many we get. And I'm going to have to leave, so I don't know if I should go here. I can leave my stand-ins here and I'll go to the next city.
All right.
Well,
maybe. Thank you for coming.
Maybe we could, I could.
Hold on, did you have anything else for the?
Well, I think maybe Kevin can answer.
Hold on, before Jackie goes, can I have a question for her?
Sure.
On the next item in this agenda item, allowing the City of LA to have a designee of the council member, there are issues mentioned at the COG meetings about conflict between the CD15 council member and COG staff. Have those been resolved?
Yes, he wants to know everything that's going on. He had some specific issues with functional zero and that he made it all possible. And so we've straightened that out to his satisfaction. He understands his role in it, and everything is fine.
He's okay. He's playing well in the sandbox with others?
He's what?
Playing well in the sandbox with others?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, thanks.
Anything else?
Yeah, I just had one question about the JPA, and either of you gentlemen, if you want to answer, or not the JPA, but
thank you, Jackie.
Clarifying the La Casa funds. Can you let us know what happens if they're not spent?
Oh, yeah.
There is I think in Measure A, after 2 years or some amount of time, if monies aren't spent, where does it go and how does that
there's
work?
various timelines on committing the funds fairly quickly. And then there's another deadline, I think it was a year. And then there's another deadline for the expenditure of those funds, which I think they give you 5 years.
Yeah.
So they want projects that are ready to go and in the pipeline so that the commitment gets out there. And then those funds become what with the commitment of funding initially, what the trust provides. Then that developer can now go to other funding sources and gather more funding because that's what makes it work for them.
Okay, and the trust necessarily doesn't change any of that as far as the timing of it? There's no buffer that the trust provides?
No, we're living by the regulations that La Casa puts on us with Measure A.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that, but these are projects, one, that are approved by the city that they will be in, and within the trust or even within the COG, these are projects that are being advocated for by the delegate of that city or otherwise.
Yeah.
So these are projects that we want in our city. And then to the point of us being at, I understand there may be no benefit. I think it's been mentioned there's no benefit if we're one of less than 4 cities that have joined this trust. There's no necessary downside to that either.
Yeah, I would just say, if you've got 4, 5, 6 cities, those cities will still have a trust.
Right.
And they will get technical assistance directly from trust staff. They will get the opportunity to get the other funding that the trust brings into the trust.
Right.
Whether it's SCAG money coming in or state money coming in or whatever funding that comes in, just those member cities will get that.
Right.
Non-member cities, their only source of funding
will be
is the Measure A.
Right.
To get that. And there's some additional discussion about that as to how that might work.
Sure. And then just my last comment is that I do think it is important that we are one of those cities, and I am advocating that we join the trust. I am in favor of it, that we are one of those cities at the early stage to help shape how it will function. You know, I think we've done a lot in the scope of homelessness, and affordable housing is a focus of ours too, but I think we want to shape it to the way that we need it in our city, and I think we need to have a seat at that table.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, but I still have hands up, and I do have a question. I mean, it just seems like we're forming yet another organization that's going to be very political. In that, you know, there's the potential for several of these cities to kind of band together and prevent others from getting an equitable distribution.
I think that could be true, but I also would say that, I mean, it's like it's like Measure M funds when it comes to traffic or any kind of road improvements. You have to advocate for them, and the people sitting on on that body right now, it's Councilman Obagi who's approving that, and I think there's a discussion about equity throughout the cities. I would imagine that that's how that goes.
The biggest driver for this is you know, I've had this presentation probably 3 or 4 times now. You see the list of things that the COG could do with the Measure A money. You see the list of greater things that the trust could do with the money. That's what it comes down to for me. And we want to be able to do the maximum number of things that we could possibly do with this huge swath of taxes that's being collected from our residents and residents across the county. And this gives us the greatest ability to do so. You know, not participating, not joining the JPA or the trust is only going to harm us in our ability to subsidize affordable housing projects in our city and provide for affordable housing. I just got a complaint this week about, you know, some of the money, the funds that we're spending, and a resident feeling like she's being price gouged by her landlord. And so our ability to respond to renters concerned about rent increases without putting it in a rent, you know, what is it, rent limit, price caps, what do they call, rent control? Rent control or rent stabilization ordinance. An alternative to doing that kind of ordinance is this, where we partner with an affordable housing developer who acquires one of these market rate apartments and then turns them into affordable housing by virtue of the subsidy provided through this Measure A money through the trust. So,
Well, we've certainly gotten multiple complaints about affordable housing that's already out there where they're not maintaining it.
Well, and to the point that
uninhabitable.
Our residents are paying tax on this, and this is our opportunity to bring a benefit from that tax back to our city. If we don't participate, they still pay that tax.
So I still have Councilmember Obagi and Barrett, but I wanted to ask a question. We have a briefing from the city attorney. Shouldn't we at least listen to that before we make the motion and pass the motion at least?
I'm happy with, there were slides. I'm happy to go over it briefly. But as I mentioned, the most concerning of them would be the indemnification clause as currently drafted. Some of the other, and again, these are just things to be aware of. It's not to persuade you one way or the other. But if you were to join, this is what the JPA states, that the JPA would have the ability to determine how it recovers collateral in the event of a loan default by developer, the staff expenditures.
Are you following the slide or?
Yeah, that's the first one. The second bullet point, staff expenditures are allowed prior to the council approval of a project. So the staff could invest a lot into a project before the council actually approves it. That's more of a business term. Next slide, please. The administrative fees are approved by a majority of the membership at the time the budget is passed, regardless of operation costs. We talked about indemnification, and then the next slide, just there's a duty to cooperate. We're obligated to share documents, make staff available, and that might limit our management of litigation, insurance claims, or settlements if there are any conflicts with what the JPA or the trust.
And these are ones that remain after you?
Correct.
All the other ones they've resolved?
Yes.
Okay, so these are the remaining open items.
Well, not open. This is what it is right now.
Whatever.
Yes.
Could we add to the motion to reconsider?
Yeah, I think,
For the COG, to ask the COG to reconsider
Jackie had said
these?
this Friday, comments are due, and then there will be a discussion with their attorney about the JPA. Is that right?
Well, so Christine Shin has had extensive discussions with their attorney, and based on those discussions, it doesn't seem they're willing to agree to any of the recommendations that Ms. Shin has given. However, I wasn't aware that other city attorneys are now looking at it, so I'm not sure where that will lead us to.
That's why I think it's going to take several weeks to flush out the final draft JPA agreement. That's one of the reasons I think it makes sense for us to bring this back in March, with more information so we know where we stand, both on the legal terms as well as the participation. There will likely be strong suggested edits from the other cities, but I would counsel the council to understand that in these JPAs, cities don't typically get every final provision that they want. That's part of partnership.
Can we at least share these with some of the other cities so that they may jump on board and help us?
I'm happy to do
We
that.
can certainly circulate this with others. I'm sure other city attorneys are having similar concerns.
Okay.
It would not surprise us.
And with that proposed schedule, we're still good for this March 31st.
Yeah. I think what I would suggest, and I'm sensing that the council is supportive of this conceptually, right? I think that's really primarily what we're looking.
On the dotted line.
Right,
Let's
exactly.
move forward
That's really the focus here, is to kind of say, okay, look, we're interested. We then work on the final documentation and we wait to hear how it takes shape. And then we would come back with an item in March to allow for final execution of partnership. And really, I think what's important from our COG director standpoint, whether it's Councilmember Obaji or ultimately Councilmember Waller who's attending, is that component of how the COG ends up directing its per capita resources from La Casa is really critical here, right? To your point, Councilmember, if everybody's going to get a per capita allocation and we choose to park that in a trust and participate in trust, then there's really no harm. But if the majority of the COG members say, you know what, we're going to create a structure, an administrative structure within COG to administer whatever La Casa programs the COG majority wants to administer, suddenly now we've parked our resource with a smaller group that we don't have direct control over as opposed to being a singular per capita allocate. So that would be the only downside, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think there's going to be majority support here, and we'll be back in March saying, listen, we're one of 10 that are forming a trust, and here's our recommended trust
I
agreement.
think if Inglewood's in, it's.
Inglewood and Lomita, two sides.
Well, I'm not sure. I don't think we know about Lomita yet. I don't.
Got it.
Yeah.
Lawndale,
I think's in. It sounds like, or has expressed support. Lomita talked about it, but I've heard from their city manager they've got questions. Okay. To your point, I don't think maybe one of the Hill cities joins. I don't know yet where the other beach cities are at with this. So, we'll know more in a month. Yeah. We'll know a lot more in a month.
Well, can we at least ask them to revisit?
Yeah, if we can revisit or ask them to look at these issues one more time, and maybe there's other cities who are raising them, and then we'll get the answer back the next time we discuss this.
And did you second?
Yeah,
Would you second
those revisions too.
Okay. Councilmember Barrett.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And so as of now, the motion is to do what's proposed?
The motion is to move forward with
expressing support. Sounds like expressing support for the city's participation in the trust with in direction to staff to return with final consideration and possible execution of the JPA agreement in March.
Okay.
right, in the
Trying to
iteration.
get our city attorney's points across.
Along
to the
with
co-
proposed edits as suggested.
That sounds good.
But I do think we have to understand, we're not likely to see full resolution on all of these matters.
And there's still an opportunity, if we were to join, to
To
then
change that
take up
after
these
we're on board.
changes on the body itself.
Correct.
Right,
Okay.
but only if you join.
So Councilmember Barron, you still have the floor, so.
Yeah, that sounds fine. If that's the motion, I'm in favor of it, subject to any public comment if we have any.
Anything else you wanted to?
No, I like what I've heard on that motion.
Okay, and you.
Oh, I would also, if we could, get a recommendation to approve the Fifth Amendment to the restated JPA with the
Yes.
COG governing board.
You want to make that part of your motion, Councilmember Kalajevic?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you accept that? Okay. Okay, I have no other hands up, so we have a motion and a second. Would anyone from the audience wish to address the council on this item?
You get extra credit points for high school students if you speak to us.
Okay, anybody online?
I have none online or e-comments.
Okay, I'll call the vote then. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, the motion carries 5-0.
Gotta run the restroom. Oh, public comment's the most interesting part.
I would just, I heard that students get extra credit for selfies with the council.
Let's go through non-agenda items and we can, okay.
Somebody's got a vested interest in the audience.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's go.
Okay, so now we are jumping back into the agenda. Where were we?
Consent calendar.
Consent calendar. No, yeah. Okay, so we have items H1 through H9 on the consent calendar. Does any member of the council wish to pull any of H1 through H9?
No.
It looks like no. Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar items?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second before we vote. Any member of the public wish to address any of the items H1 through H9 on the consent calendar? Okay, anyone online?
I have none.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, consent calendar carries unanimously. Is there anything you need to read?
H8, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2602-006, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, adopting a memorandum of understanding between the City of Redondo Beach and the Redondo Beach Police Officers Association from January 1st, 2026 through December 31st, 2026. H9, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2602-007, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, adopting a memorandum of understanding between the City of Redondo Beach and the Redondo Beach Police Officers Association Police Management Unit from January 1st, 2026 through December 31st, 2026. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Item I, there are no excluded consent calendar items. So now we're going to item J, public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that is not on the agenda tonight for action. This section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and council, and each speaker will be permitted to speak only once. We do have written requests, and those will be put in the beginning. So the first ones I have are, these are numbered oddly, Pamela Verinda, and then Nikki Negretti Mitchell.
Thank you, Mayor.
Hi,
Council.
Pamela.
I've been here before. I've come to talk about a fence ordinance for dangerous dogs. The last time I was here was 2.5 years ago. This is the 4th time I've been here, and I am here because on Saturday, that same dog jumped the fence and bit a man, and the police responded, and my brother told the officer that I witnessed it, because I witnessed it from inside my house because I heard the dog go over the fence and the man was trapped up against my car. The police officer, when responding, my brother said, I witnessed it. He said he would come over and take a statement, and he did not. Animal control was there, and they did not. Then I knew that the victim would not have known that there's a witness, so I went to social media and I tracked down the victim through their friends. And he wrote to me, "I'm good, thanks for asking. This was a very surprise attack. I was just walking and I saw the dog come to the fence from 10 feet away. It just jumped over and attacked me. I tried to get on top of a car hood, but it grabbed my wrist and it bit me pretty deep until the owner came out to help. The police, are calling me on Monday, and I'll mention you saw it. I'm not sure what to do next, either to see if there's renter or the landlord has insurance. I have to see a specialist because I have tendon and nerve damage in my fingers and elbows, or in my, fingers and elbows." And so the reason I come is because it's on video. Everybody's been told. The police have dozens of videos I've
Please
given
address the
them.
council.
The police have dozens of videos I've given them. One time, one of the supervisors refused to accept a USB with video. And I don't know what to do. I'm just trying to keep the public safe. This has been going on for years. The owners refuse to do anything. And negligence is failing to act as a reasonable person would under the same circumstances. Fix the fence. Recklessness is consciously ignoring a known risk. And I just want to say the last thing is, during this event, before the fire department got there, the female owner of the pit bull is screaming, "He just wants money." And then I think when the officer is on site, she says it again with the F word and then says, "We don't have any money." I don't know what to do. I just come here so it's on record. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Would you mind sending me an email with the details of the address and the event?
Sure.
james.light@redondo.org. It's on the website.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Okay, Nikki Negretti-Mitchell and then Colleen Villegas.
Good evening, Nikki Negretti-Mitchell, District 3. And, I just want to thank everybody, especially Councilmember Obaji and Jim Light and Councilmember Kaladerovich. But Mayor Light was there in the very beginning, 5 or 6 years ago, talking to us as a private citizen and with his friend Bill Brand. And Bill Brand, just for the record, Bill Brand is the one that brought me into this. And, thank you to Mike Wazansky and Joy Ford. And I have to mention Luke Smoody. I don't know if, because community relations is a part of his job description, but he...
Shepherd.
Tour director.
Very good.
Such a pleasant person to work with, and just an excellent listener and comprehension skills. Anyway, thank you. Thank you for everything. I wanted to just acknowledge, research contributors, years ago, Holly Osborne brought me, into the board of directors meetings, and we together figured that it was very important that we learn about what the board does and what they think about, and learn about all of their legislation and all of that stuff. So and then John and Chelsea Schreiber came in at just the right time and with their kick butt campaign. So the research contributors were Holly Osborne, myself, Kevin Mitchell, Bill Hall, Matt Lewis, Barry Ogle, and Pam Combar, and I'm just focusing on Redondo Beach. Our canvassers were Jan Kurth, Kevin Mitchell, myself, Jeep Suddeth, Doug Boswell, Monica Olmos, Jennifer Dodge, Jill Love, and April Cubby. So there was that motion that, and God bless Janice Hahn, And she brought up that she wanted to do a motion with Supervisor Mitchell on the sale of the row to protect us from overusage. And so I'm hoping and I'm asking that we, as the city, be involved in dialogue with them about it and participate. So hopefully maybe we can have some kind of future say on what happens there with that. And I don't know, ownership maybe? Anyway, and would that change the city limits if south of 182nd Street, if we took ownership?
Your time's up.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, but you should give yourself a big pat on the back because you were a big part of this all the way through. Wouldn't happen without you. Okay, Colleen and then Wayne Craig. That's the last card I have.
Colleen Villegas, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. With great gratitude and on behalf of your neighbors in Lawndale, I would just like to publicly thank you. Thank you is not enough for your support of the Hawthorne Boulevard alignment along the metro, for the metro right-of-way, instead of the metro right-of-way. Anyway, your support really made a difference and we appreciate you. So thank you.
Well, we appreciate Lawndale too, so thank you. And it was great seeing the sea of red shirts out there that day. Okay, Wayne Craig. And then that's the last card, so we'll take members of the public after that.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Wayne Craig, resident of District 1. The Metro decision to move the rail line along Hawthorne Boulevard was not the result of quiet political advocacy. It happened because residents organized and refused to accept a harmful route through their neighborhoods. Some called this being idealistic, but it was just people just fighting for their homes. And that was a really good thing. It was something that really unified the community. Obviously, Redondo, Lawndale. I don't know how many times I was talking to Nikki on the phone about things. Of course, the only thing she didn't listen to me about, she kept on calling it row, and I said, people are going to get confused. I'm not sure what to run. But, I have two red shirts that say ROW on them. So that worked out pretty good. But the one thing that I know while we're, definitely having a deserved pat on the back and congratulations to everyone that worked so hard on this, we still got to get this thing built and approved. And, I'm just thinking ahead because I saw the objections from a lot of the folks who were fighting this where their main thing was, well, it's just not going to get built now. They thought we were putting a poison pill to stop it. And I think what we need to do is work on some way to get those people to come back on board because I think we all want one thing in common. We want the rail to be built. We want a rail line. We all agree on that. And maybe some options would be to meet with some of these various groups and say, hey, what can we do to work together to make this happen? One idea also might be, since I know that a lot of the folks who were pushing for the right-of-way were saying, well, if we don't start there, it's not going to get built. Well, while we're still doing the environmental plan, because there's a lot of things we have to do to make it happen on Hawthorne Boulevard. There are some lists I saw from a urban planner which shows all the things that have to be done. It's pretty big. There's like 30 things in the EIR that have to be done. So it's not going to be an easy task, and it's going to take years to get it done. So while we won now, we still got to get it done. And maybe an option to throw out there just kind of out of the blue to folks who were pushing back on this is that, well, there's no debate on the lower section from 190th down to Torrance. Why not start construction there? Start it up now. We could start working on, as we work on the details to get the other connection point through. At least that way, we might get more people to help us make this go through. Because I think we mentioned at the meeting that Councilmember Abaji and Kaljevic had a couple weeks ago, is that Caltrans is now going to be giving some control back over to Torrance and Redondo for parts of Hawthorne Boulevard. That's going to create some problems. So what if Torrance doesn't want to play good? What they want to make some things difficult. And if you're on Hawthorne Boulevard, where the cities overlap, it's not always in the middle of the street. Sometimes we may have control of it, sometimes Torrance might. So these are things we have to work out. So, and again, just it'll be, and we have years more of work to get this thing through. We've got a really big first step, but let's keep it going. And once again, to the hard work of everyone here, it was a great thing for the community to come together. And I'm really glad, once again, we all work together as Redondo residents to make this happen. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, any member of the public wish to address the council on any items that are not on the agenda tonight? Holly Osborne, who got the quote of the day.
Dr. Osborne, District 5, and this is unscripted, so it'll probably be more interesting than usual. Most of you know I live in District 5. I don't live on the row, but I live within 5 minutes of walking. And back in 2018, I'd never even seen the row when I first heard about this. And then I walked over and I saw it. And I thought, well, this is beautiful. This is really nice. My other cause is Rails to Trails. But I also noticed there were a lot of conflicts with the diagrams that Metro was presenting. And back in 2018, when we had the meeting downtown, I said, if you believe this, you have been deceived. And so I'm out there with my measuring stick, and I didn't know at the time, all these kids in the back are gonna laugh at me, that you could actually use Google Maps to make a measurement. I used a yardstick, and later I graduated to a measuring tape. But they were surveying mistakes in diagrams. I'd walk with my charts, and so I'm the engineer that follow the numbers because as a retired engineer, I get enraged by mathematical mistakes, especially working for somebody like one of our aerospace firms. You don't make mathematical mistakes, and if you find one, the person that made it says, oh, thank you for correcting it. They don't say, well, wait till the final MPEC report, and maybe we'll tell you the answer. And they don't say, oh, when I asked, I said, this isn't going to fit, they don't say, well, you're not a civil engineer. I'm a registered electrical engineer, but not civil. Okay, now, by the way, most of the guys were very professional, but I'm just saying, when it comes to numbers, trust but verify, and I want every one of those students in the back, because I have no idea what I'm talking about, to Google and first find out who said trust but verify, and don't get your thing signed until you've done it. But anyway, let me just tell you a couple of remarks that enrage me when I hear Metro saying, we're not taking any houses. They don't say they're not taking part of your property. It's the truth, but it's not the whole truth and nothing but the truth. And that kind of thing just enrages me, all right? There's others too, but I'm enraged by, like I said, mathematical anger. But the people who, those arguments are not as powerful as the people who actually live there and are going to suffer when Metro gets out of their, if Metro were to get out of their, dilemmas by eminent domain. And so, I'm so grateful. And Mr. Obaji summoned up well what Mayor Butts and Holly Mitchell said about quality of life, and that really determines things because people don't get excited too much about mathematical anger. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on any non-agenda items? Jeep, coming up without your guitar.
You have a victory song?
Yeah, doing things musically is something I do enjoy a lot. But tonight is just a whole different atmosphere and a whole different logic and reason. And I just wanted to say, last time I felt this good about coming to the council chamber was 9 years ago, after the results, the wonderful and amazing results of the election of 2017. That changed the direction of this city. Definitely did. And so a lot of the people that were involved in all of that are no longer in the middle of the game, but it was so significant. And so this event at the Metro headquarters was another case where something really significant happened. And thanks to a walk that happened along the row and Hawthorne Boulevard, that's when I found out about it, and I was late to the game. But when I saw it, I said, wait a minute, because I was probably the only person around who actually rode light rail on Hawthorne Boulevard. I have been in the world long enough that as a kid, I took a ride on the red car. And so as soon as I heard there was light rail coming back to the South Bay, I was like, all right, let's do it. Let's put it on Hawthorne. And then I suddenly said, wait a minute, you mean they're planning to put this next to these homes? I was in complete shock. And so as I respond to things, I responded musically and had some fun with that. But anyway, the whole thing seemed a bit like Pancho Sanza, tilting at windmills. It seemed like a really amazing but futile, probably futile effort to deflect the direction that the staff of Metro was taking things. So with the wonderful work of Holly, of Nikki and Kevin, of Chelsea and John Schreiber, that things actually got turned, but turned in such a surprising way. Even when we went to the last meeting, I was not able to be there, but even in the last meeting, I was thinking, this is just a token thing. They're just gonna say, well, we tried. And then as one after the other, these people came up and said, okay, I was not with it 3 weeks ago, but I'm with it now. It just blew my mind, And I wanna say that the unanimous vote to support Metro on Hawthorne Boulevard that happened in this chamber is an example of the council members doing the right thing without being sure of the ultimate effect of your actions.
Okay, thanks, Jeep. Your time's up. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Anyone else wish to address the council on any item that is not on the agenda for tonight? Okay, anyone online?
Yes. I have Mark Nelson.
Go ahead, Mark.
I'm trying.
We hear you.
Like so many other people, I am just so impressed with what the Row folks did. I know what kind of a battle it is to have agencies spending your own money against you, and that is truly, truly offensive. And I think they did a great job. So I want to discuss the blue folder item that you have for this. If you take a look at it, it's about 8 pages. We have several people putting it together, and we're documenting the as-is condition of the Beach Cities campus, the location of the buildings, the size of the buildings, and the current setbacks. Because when the FAR 1.25 spot upzoning went through, the council did ask the city manager and the planning director to draft some protective zoning restrictions so that we don't wind up, all of us around it, with the Beach Cities outcome that they proposed the first time, where they wanted to put 133.5 foot building on the lot line on the north side. I mean, it was crazy, but hey, nobody was there to stop them, and there were no restrictions at all. So, and I think now that Beach Cities is lawyered up and wants to use the same lawyers as AES, we need to have things on the record so that we don't have to worry about what happens when litigation occurs. If you take a look at the item in the blue folder, you find that 99.7% of the floor space at Beach Cities is 52 feet or lower. 54%, or the majority of space, is 44 feet or lower. The average height for the whole place is 37.5 feet. The setbacks to any building taller than 44 feet or 44 feet or taller are currently a minimum 100 feet. If you contrast that with the quote unquote winning bid that Beach Cities got from Marventures, you'll find that they want to put 60-foot buildings right on the edge of the lot. And I have no idea what this new diagram where somebody drew egg-shaped circles on it and said, oh, the buildings are kind of going to be here and we don't really know anything about them. So we really don't have anything. But I forwarded this to the city manager. The neighborhoods have now bought the data we need to again show that we've lost several $100 million due to the proximity to Beach Cities. So there's been a lot of damage so far, and if we get a way worse outcome than what we have on that site now, we will lose even more money and have negative health impacts. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
That's it. And then we have one e-comment that opposes the item that he's.
Okay, so that's the end of public comment. I do want to.
One more. Sorry.
One. Oh,
one more. Carissa Robinson.
She just dialed in or raised her hand or?
Yeah, she just raised her hand.
Okay, Carissa, are you there?
There we go.
Yes, I'm here. Thought I signed up already, but can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Light and members of the City Council. My name is Carissa Robinson. I'm a D3 resident. I want to start by saying congratulations on the Metro decision to move forward with the C line along Hawthorne. That's a really big win for the city and residents. I want to speak tonight about the Dominguez Park playground. I'm at that park almost daily, and like many neighbors, I was genuinely excited to see the playground finally completed and opened after such a long construction process. So it was disappointing and confusing to learn that it was ordered closed by Los Angeles County shortly after the grand opening because of additional safety and health clearance requirements related to the site's landfill history. I also want to note something I'm seeing on the ground every day. I reached out to let the D3 council person know about this back in March of 2025. Despite the closure, residents are using the playground daily by pushing the fence aside. That raises some really basic questions for community. Is this being enforced? If not, why not? And most importantly, is the site actually safe right now or isn't it? I understand the county has final authority over environmental safety approvals and understand that the project like this involved multiple agencies and layers of review. But the sequence of public grand opening followed by a quick closure combined with the current reality that people are using it anyway has left a lot of families feeling confused and frustrated. I'm hoping the city can help provide some clarity. Specifically, I'd really appreciate first an explanation of why the playground was opened to the public before final county clearance was in place. Second, what specific steps are still required for county approval, such as testing, gas monitoring, or validation of monitoring systems? Third, what environmental testing or monitoring has already been completed? Fourth, what the city's current expectations are for reopening timeline. And finally, a summary of the total project costs so far, including any additional costs related to the delays or added safety reviews. My intention is simply to understand the process and help make sure accurate information is getting out to residents who are eager to see the playground reopen safely and legally. Thanks for your time and for your service to the community. I really do appreciate the work you do and hope we can get this resolved soon for the residents who rely on that park.
Thank you. Anyone else?
That concludes the public comments.
Okay. With that, does council want to take a break?
Yeah, thanks for asking. I'll make a motion for a, what do you want to do, 10? 10-minute break?
10.
10, okay, motion for 10-minute break.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second for a 10-minute break. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously.
You got
Students,
10 seconds to get up here to get your thing signed. Come on.
Yep.
everybody.
I don't have a pen. Does somebody have an extra pen?
I just have one.
Jay might have a pen.
Okay.
Member Kalujetovich. Council Member Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barron.
Here.
And Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, so we left it public participation in non-agenda items. There's no public hearings. So now we're jumping down to N. We completed N1, so we're going to N2, discussion and possible action regarding the city's transient occupancy tax, as well as discussion and possible action regarding an update to the UUT. So with that, Stephanie, are you taking the helm?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Stephanie Meyer, Finance Director. I'm here tonight to bring back a transient occupancy tax discussion and present information on potential action related to the city's utility users tax. So I'll briefly review the follow-up items from our November TOT discussion, share some draft ballot measure language, present our utility users tax information, and end up with some next steps and recommendations for election timing. So if you'll recall, in November, we brought a transient occupancy tax measure to you. Council had directed staff to return with ballot measure language and ordinance revisions, increasing the transient occupancy tax to up to 15%, and also to provide some additional information related to election details, some additional hotel feedback, and the hotel worker wage potential impact for the city of Redondo Beach. So for the election detail, we included this in your report. Council had expressed interest in the by what proportion tax TOT measures had passed. So the details included in your report, but broadly, about 70% of the measure, or sorry, 40% of the measures that passed by 70% or more. And on the other hand, only about 20%, again, of all those passing passed with 50 to 60% approval rating. So generally, this just supports that TOT measures pass with a high frequency and generally pass by a high amount. We also had discussed the TOT measure specifically with the owners of our Marine Avenue hotels, with whom we have our site-specific tax agreement. We spoke with Mogul, who owns those hotels. They indicated they did not feel the proposed TOT increase was a significant issue, specifically in the case that we are not proposing a rate that is far outside of those in the neighboring region. They also expressed that TOT rate is not a factor that they look at as hotel developers frequently when they're just looking at potential locations for a hotel site. So in either case, they did not feel that the TOT rate was a significant issue. And finally, we took a look at the City of LA hotel worker wage. This is an ordinance the City of LA passed in 2025, setting a wage of $22.50 an hour in July of 25 for hotel workers at properties of 60 or more rooms. This would increase annually to reach $30 per hour for hotel workers in 2028. So I did look at some research that focuses on the impact of local wage measures to surrounding areas. Generally, I think the conclusion is this likely will put some upward pressure on hotel wages in Redondo Beach as a neighboring community. However, these are pressures that all of our neighboring cities will feel to the same extent. So in that way, Redondo Beach will not be at a particular competitive disadvantage, and therefore we don't think that this will be a significant factor in considering whether to move forward with a TOT increase. We had also presented potential timing for a TOT measure. At our November meeting, we had presented June 2026, the statewide general election, as the next opportunity. On further research, Prop 218 requires that we put a tax measure on the ballot at a regularly scheduled general election for the local governing body. So it's not just a regularly scheduled election, it needs to be ours, which would put us in March 2027. The exception to that would be if council chooses to declare unanimously an emergency and could then put a tax measure on another ballot. We do not recommend that. We don't think that's necessary at this point. So we are recommending the March 2027 election. Council had also asked us to prepare an ordinance update and draft ballot measure language. This is included in the report, and we prepared it using recent successful examples, and we had some input from polling consultants and our city attorney's office review. This is the draft ballot measure language in front of you. I practiced reading this. It's very long, so I'm not going to read it. But generally, what we saw in the examples, and we included some of these for your reference, is to point out some of the services provided. We underline that it is general services. This is a general tax. Refer to the amount raised and who pays the tax. So this is a draft for your review and input. Secondly, we want to take this opportunity to share some information with council related to utility users tax. So recent City of Santa Barbara action in a court case led us to realize that there may be some additional application for our utility users tax, specifically our video tax, to apply to streaming services. And I'll just note quickly, even though we're calling it utility users tax, it is called something else in our municipal code, which is the telephone, gas, electricity, water, and video users tax law, if you are looking for it in our code. But so a brief overview of the case. In 2022, Santa Barbara invoiced Disney and several other streaming providers for unpaid utility users tax based on their video tax law. Those companies appealed that through administrative hearing and then recently through the Court of Appeals. In just last December, the Court of Appeals ruled in the city's favor. Just last week, the court affirmed that opinion on rehearing. So as we understand it, this now could serve as final and precedent moving forward for other cities, pending any appeal to the California State Supreme Court. So we believe that the deadline for the companies to appeal is in March. So by that time, we should know if this is something the city can take action on. This would obviously be an opportunity for the city to look at our ordinance. Our ordinance is actually quite similar, I believe, to the Santa Barbara ordinance, and just to understand whether or not application to streaming services would require an update of our ordinance. So we'd want to determine that and then also evaluate whether or not that update would require voter approval under Proposition 218. So our proposed action and recommendation for you is to direct staff to review our ordinance and propose changes if needed for us to tax potentially streaming services.
And to come back after the results of the...
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, we've got more on this, yeah.
Yep.
And I just have one quick question.
Sure.
Do you have any idea in terms of order of magnitude what sort of revenue would come from updating that?
I don't think we do. We have discussed this with our consultants. From my reading of the Santa Barbara case, they charged for 2 years and it was a few $100,000 for them. Okay. But I think that's something we could discuss with our consultants.
And that's something that's one of the things we would come back with, a little more technical detail on estimates. Eugene and I were talking a little bit earlier today, and we do believe it's in the hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, if not potentially seven figures.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Including the decimal points.
And the extra zeros.
So for our process, again, we're recommending March 2027, our general election for the proposed TOT measure and potentially UUT if directed and if required. Alternate option is to unanimously declare a fiscal emergency and present the TOT measure to voters earlier. Again, we do not recommend that. We wanted to make sure that council knows that that is the only other option to put a tax measure on the ballot.
Since revenue's tight, why are you not recommending that?
Why are we not recommending a fiscal emergency?
And cost?
Well, there's a few factors. I mean, I think we would need to
Just real
take,
quick, I don't want
we would need to take that action very seriously. I mean, declaring a fiscal emergency is a substantive item, and it would also potentially affect our, I would say, the credit agency's consideration of our credit worthiness, which wouldn't be a good thing if we were to issue new debt. So I think it's a pretty substantive action.
When we issue new debt.
Yes, and that is a when, not an if necessarily in the next 18 months, so.
Real quick.
Yep, and I just had, in terms of the process, we talked about increasing the rate up to 15%. Could we go ahead and decide,
Excuse me, can you turn on your mic?
Sorry.
Yeah, they turn them off whenever we.
Yeah, sorry about that. In our documents, it's to approve a TOT increase up to 15%. The city council could go ahead and make a determination to say make it 14%, and then it would be effective immediately after the March election in 27. Okay, I just want to make sure.
You have that choice. You could set it, but the idea would be that voters would clear the cap. The council would act administratively to set that rate immediately thereafter.
Right, okay.
Isn't there a 1% per year increase?
It's up to you. You would have the ability to decide up to 15%.
Yeah, how many more slides do you have?
Just two.
Should be pretty quick. Actually, just one more. Recommendations. So receive and file the report. Direct staff to prepare a ballot measure for the 2027 election. You can also review and provide edits on the draft ballot measure language we provided. Understanding this is a long ways away, but we're happy to take your input now. And then in our second item, just direct staff to monitor the final outcome of this case and review our ordinance for potential modifications if necessary.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes the presentation.
I'd like the city treasurer to come up and opine on this. I think you're one of the drivers for bringing this forward, so I'd like to hear your thoughts on this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me, Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach City Treasurer. Worked in coordination with the city finance director and the city manager's office, and would agree with their assessment and recommendations for the changes to both the TOT and the UUT.
Okay. Anybody have questions for the city treasurer before?
Yeah.
Just real quick, go ahead.
So thank you, Mr. Treasurer, for your call yesterday also discussing this matter. You expressed concern about our current ordinance potentially holding up. It seems like it addresses video services on point. And just from my lay reading of it, it seems like that would capture streaming services, Netflix, to Disney Plus, whatever, Hulu, you name it. So do you think that we need to revise our UUT ordinance?
That would be part of the review if council gives that direction. With the Santa Barbara ruling, it defines, and the Santa Barbara ruling was attached in your packet as well, as we discussed. The Santa Barbara, two main contentions for our ordinance were what is a channel and what is considered video streaming services. With those two items being better defined and going through the appeals process and the court process here, the question would be whether or not our ordinance, as with the current language, would streaming services be considered as part of video services based upon that decision? And then a conversation with the city attorney's office as to whether or not they feel as though that would be upheld in a challenge.
Copy. All right, thank you.
So I have a question for any of you. We talked explicitly about video streaming services. What about music streaming services? Is that covered by the Santa Barbara, or?
I don't believe so. We can certainly look into that.
There's lots of streaming of music now.
I don't believe so. Within the ordinance, it talks about video services.
No, I know our ordinance. I'm talking about the law. Has anybody tried to tackle streaming, music streaming?
In the research that I conducted regarding this issue, I hadn't seen that addressed, no.
I've not come across that in city manager circles as a possible component of a UUT or a utility user tax. It's typically the utilities that you consume. Cable was the sort of additive to that decades ago, and then a lot of cities modernized their ordinance to migrate the language to incorporate new forms of cable, i.e. video streaming. I don't
Right,
recall
but when I cable,
music.
music streaming was included on some
Well,
of the
yeah,
channels.
I mean, cable had music channels,
Yeah.
but
Even without video, just play
Yeah.
background music.
I think music delivered through a stream would be incorporated within that definition. It would be something for interpretation. But music provided through your streaming device is streaming services, are streaming services. The definition, what we suggested in reviewing the ordinance and any possible discussion, as the mayor is indicating, we would want, it would be ideal if, as part of the discussions, we included the current iterations of delivery and future by inference incorporated within a catch-all provision, if you would, as we do have in our current ordinance, but to consider advancing technologies as being incorporated by inference someday.
Okay, thanks. Councilmember Obaji, your hand's up. Do you have anything else for the? No, thank you. And Councilmember Waller, you had your hand up.
Not
Anything
for the city treasurer.
Not for the treasurer. Okay. So Councilmember Waller, you're up.
All right, thank you. Yeah, we've got a balance here. Budget is tough, and bringing in $500,000 or more is a big thing. But I do hear from people saying, "What? I don't want to have to pay another tax." So we got a little bit of a balance about our residents will be paying this, and it's not just free money; it's money from them. So we have to consider that. I like the idea of, at this point, still doing it. I got to put on my realist hat and look at our budget and say, this is something that I think we need to look at. I would feel more comfortable having our ordinance looked at and potentially revised so that it is ironclad, so we don't go off and say, well, we believe because it says video and Santa Barbara said a channel is now video, we're good to go, and then we end up getting hit with a lawsuit and having to go off to court, appellate court, who knows where else. There's some time to be saved by going right away, but I think if we take the slow route and do it right and have that tax. I've been in the city long enough that whether it be Century or Spectrum or anybody else, I used to pay on my cable bill. I used to always pay the utility tax. It was always there. When Frontier decided they're not doing television anymore, and I switched over and I got my internet from T-Mobile, or I switched back to Frontier, there's no utility tax anymore. Yet I'm paying YouTube TV, Netflix, Hulu, etc., and there's no city tax. Yet I'm getting the same service that I used to. I'm still turning on my TV and watching sports or watching television. It may be streamed, but I had my TiVo, I had a DVR, so I still watched the on-demand television the way that I'm watching it now. So from that side, I don't look at it as a new tax. I look at it as a restorative tax. This is a tax that we should have been collecting had we thought about it 10 years ago and then forward looking up and said, hey, there's these things called video streaming. Let's come off and fix our code then.
Well, funny enough, we actually did that. And Eugene and I were talking about some of the ballot measures. I recalled Measure UU, which pertained more to the exemption that AES was benefiting from for the power plant site that was initially extended to SoCal Edison. But what we found today, and Eugene, thank you for looking into this, there was another measure on that in that general timeframe, Measure A, which had the specific title of modernizing our current UUT, and it was approved by almost 75% of our voters. So much like what occurred in Santa Barbara, we passed as a city Measure A, which meant to modernize our ordinance. I think we got a little gun shy in the immediate years following to collect on that. Video streaming at the time really hadn't come to pass. It was in its infancy then, and with what was going on with Disney and I think the challenges that were occurring, there was some skittishness to actually collect. Santa Barbara's success may truly be on point for our situation. I mean, I don't suggest that to say that we shouldn't do exactly the review that we're recommending here tonight, but there's a scenario where we've checked the Prop 218 box, checked the ordinance update box, and if Santa Barbara fails, we may, at the conclusion, that begin to be able to successfully collect. But I just want to make sure that we are all solid in that opinion before we do.
Right, yeah,
Could we
so.
do both? Could we start collecting and still clean up our ordinance, so there's no question?
Well, we may not have to clean up our ordinance. That's the part that we want to make sure.
I know, but while we're going through the review.
Well, how long is the review going to take? Because if the review is going to be a month.
It won't take that long.
Then.
Okay.
I mean, we're going to be, we're several months away before we've still got time for Disney to appeal. Santa Barbara may get an appeal to the Supreme Court or a petition. It'll take a few months before we hear as to whether or not the Supreme Court is going to consider the matter. We've recently been in that situation. And then during that course of time, we should have a pretty firm answer on where we're at with our current draft and what we could and would be comfortable collecting based on that outcome.
Anything else?
I had a discussion with the city manager about this a little bit, and one of the things that's an unknown is how the tax gets collected, so to speak. Will Disney, Hulu, et cetera, go to each Redondo Beach resident and say, we need your 4.75%, or will they just start remitting it? So it could be, it's possible, that it will not be a cost increase to Redondo Beach residents if they think it's too difficult, too complicated for their billing systems to carve out Redondo Beach and Santa Monica. If they look forward and say, well, now that this court has passed, it's going to become universal, they may get their billing system set up and they'll just pass the costs on. We don't know. So that's another reason why it's not a definite, our users or our residents will be paying this. They might be paying this. But I definitely think, I'd love to wait for the resolution of the Supreme Court, whether it gets taken up. In the meantime, get our review to see, are we solid enough that we could start collecting, or do we need to go off and make a modification? And I look forward to hearing that. That's all I got.
Did you want to say something? Is that why you moved up to a mic?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. To answer Councilmember Waller's question, the providers would collect the tax and remit to the city. We receive reports from all of those active in our jurisdiction each month with a monthly report and a monthly submittal. I brought my Verizon bill from previously, and on this bill I had my UUT tax. I paid 64 cents on this particular monthly bill for Redondo Beach UUT. So it's collected by the provider, remitted in a report to the city, and then the report and the funds are deposited to the city. We have a consultant that would be active within the city to audit any of those payments retrospectively to make certain that it was being recorded and reported accurately.
Yeah, it is more of the question of somebody like FanDuel Sports, which is this tiny little likely bankrupt service that's doing LA Kings and Dodgers, or LA Kings and Angels. I don't know what, they've got a couple sports. They would be subject to the UUT, and they may not be able to go off and itemize the bills. They may just say, we're going to pay the city, you had 6,200 subscribers, use your money, without actually billing each subscriber. That, because we don't know how all of them are going to work.
Right. If you're signed up for Netflix, you're signed up for X dollars a month, not X dollars plus $4 or X dollars plus 4.5%, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
YouTube TV.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay, Councilmember Barron.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, very good administrative report. And thank you, Stephanie, for going back, perhaps with the assistance of city manager, and speaking with the individuals at the Marine Avenue hotels and then getting the other research done. It's appreciated, and I think it was helpful to see and hear. And then additionally, I myself went and spoke with what I believe is a family-owned and operated hotel in my district to find out how a potential TOT increase would impact them. Somebody who maybe has tighter margins, doesn't have a $50 per day resort fee or what have you to offset. And I did not hear any opposition from them. So that's reassuring. On the UUT, I agree with pretty much everything that was already said on that, so I won't repeat it. And I've been looking at the recommendations, these look good to me. So, and unless there's further discussion, I'll make a motion along the lines of the recommendations, which I'll read, and others are free as always to chime in, make a friendly amendment.
Let's go.
Yep. Okay. So I'll make a motion to receive and file the report, direct staff to prepare the TOT ballot measure for the city's March 2027 election. We'll come back and review and provide edits, or you'll do the edits. We'll come back and see those on the draft ballot measure language, or
if you've got any comments on that tonight, we're happy to hear it. We can certainly save and table that until we bring this back to you next fall. It's up to you.
I have some comments, but we can go through the motion and then come back.
Okay. All right.
Either way.
Okay. So.
How about ballot lettering? Do we need to do lettering now? No, we don't need to do lettering.
No,
do that
because
in the
it's our
fall.
election, so we'll do it. I'll call the election in October for the candidates and then either add measures then or right after that. But it has to be all measures have to be in by the first week of December.
All right. Review and provide edits on the draft ballot measure language. Direct staff to monitor the final outcome of the Santa Barbara case on the UUT. Review the city's UUT ordinance for potential modifications to collect tax on video streaming services. I use that term loosely, but it's what we've been discussing here. If Santa Barbara prevails, we'll see how that goes. And that's the motion, subject to any amendments.
I'll second it with some clarifying questions.
Please.
Assume the Supreme Court of California grants, Disney petitions for cert, and the Supreme Court grants cert. Now you're looking at, a year and a half or 2 years before you get a Supreme Court opinion on the case. What are you directing staff to do in that case that it goes pending on appeal?
So let's have them come back and report on that and see what happens. Yeah. It's a good assumption to keep in mind. Doesn't sound like we need to make a decision now on that.
We don't, and what we may determine in our review is that the Measure A vote in 2009, in March of 2009, coupled with the current language in our video services portion of our utility user tax might be sufficient. And if so, we would simply just be waiting for confirmation through the courts to determine whether or not cities have the ability to collect. If Santa Barbara prevailed at the Supreme Court level, we would immediately implement collection. I mean, that's what we would do. I think we review under both circumstances. The timing of our implementation would be dependent on the nature of that review and then the outcome in Santa Barbara.
Okay. Any other clarifications, questions, friendly amendments?
So are you seconding? Or?
Yeah, I seconded it.
Okay.
I have questions.
You're the only other one with a hand up. So are you finished?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. I am.
Thanks for that motion, Councilmember Variant. So can you, as part of your consultation about this ordinance, can you consult the lawyers at the Colantuno firm regarding this and get an opinion from them, please? And second, if they were to recommend or you are to recommend a revision to our ordinance, would those revisions need to be approved by the voters?
It depends on how I think our legal team views the action of Measure A. Measure A may have done enough to cover the modernization of the ordinance. And, given that the voters approved it as overwhelmingly as they did, we may be covered in that respect. So perhaps not, but that would be part of our review.
Okay.
Whether we would need administrative action plus another subsequent Prop 218 process, or simply administrative action or no action at all at the council level and simply action by our treasurer on the collection front.
Okay, and City Attorney Ford, you share that opinion that it's not clear right now as to whether we would need to put it out, any revisions on the ballot for the residents?
I think we can review that as directed.
Okay, all right, thanks, that's it.
Okay, let's see, I had one comment, not necessarily a change right now, but on the ballot measure language, if you could put that back up. I'm concerned about the 911 emergency response. Maybe the preparedness is okay, but now we're charging for emergency response. And it just seems, and the public's learning that, and just, I'm not sure it carries as much weight when we're already charging them, if a fire department comes to their place on an emergency call.
Well, we could, if there's that general sentiment, we could modify that to suggest simply police and fire services or emergency services, something like that, and drop the 911 reference. There's ways to soften that if you think it doesn't. The whole point of this language.
I'm not directing, I'm just bringing up.
Right. Yeah,
And the other
that's
thing
the
is-
point of the review here, is because ultimately we want to make sure this ballot language lands positively with the residents, right?
Yeah, and the other thing I would say is maybe the ordering is off. I think we talked about this. Seems public safety is always number one, and then other stuff after that. So to the extent we cover public safety, probably put that first. But I'm not directing, I'm not asking for them, just throwing out ideas right now. So
those are good thoughts, and and by the way, we're open to those suggestions now until November. So
we got time.
we don't have to resolve it tonight.
Okay.
I was going to say, you mentioned you had professionals kind of looking at this, helping.
Yep.
To whatever, okay. Because they could provide input on that too, as to what would be the most, to the mayor's point, persuasive language to increase the chances to ensure passage in our city.
Yeah, and the key is, and this is largely drafted in to mirror other recent measures and the approach they've taken, and including the ordering of these types of services. But every community is unique. One community may value references to one service prior to another. Others may not reference them at all, depending. So
Sea bass, grow pen maintenance.
Trash service.
Cigarette vote response. I think we talked about that.
One thing I just wanted to flag, Mayor, if I may.
Yes, you may.
We have asked the residents for funding for police and fire recently in Measure FP. And so I wonder about dipping into that well again for another measure, even though it does support it. I don't know how much they'll remember it or really it'll be salient. One's for structures, buildings versus services. So just something to keep in mind.
Just the general parameter on this phrasing, you can leave it as simply maintain critical city services and not provide any examples. What you can't do is just limit the example to one particular service type,
right,
because then it undermines the fact that it's a general service tax as opposed to a specific service tax. So that's one of the components. You have to have a series of services listed. You don't have to necessarily have any particular type. The other reference you have to include is and for general government use. That's the real term of art to make sure that it's a general tax. And you have an obligation to provide some estimate of its impact fiscally, which we've done here. The balance of it is really is more of a decision of preference and local art than it is science.
Did you want to say something?
No, I want to vote.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion and a second before we call the vote. There's no one from outside the city in the audience. Is anybody online?
I have none online or e-comments for this.
Okay, all for it? Aye. Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Okay, now we're down to N3, discussion and possible action regarding city efforts to digitize and improve operational practices related to city records. Director Cook, you've got the ball.
Director seldom heard from, but always there for you.
That's a good thing. It means everything's working. All right, good evening. So tonight we are giving folks an update on, this is actually stemmed out of some conversations we had as part of our annual strategic planning process last year, where we were meeting with departments and starting to talk about the great amount of physical paper and hard copy processes that we have at the city. So as the city clerk and I have gone around and met with all the departments, we've started to come up with some high-level goals and get to work really on a lot of these things. We're really looking to make information easier for the public to be able to access. One of these is through improving the use of our online portal. Currently, we've got some very limited information on there relating to contracts and agreements, and we're really looking to increase that as we go through this process. We're also taking a look at the processes internally. We've got a small amount of things that are still being done on paper, but we've got a lot of things that are being done with a PDF file that then gets printed out and handed off or emailed to however many people need to sign it or see it until it's processed, so that's generating paperwork. We are also taking a look at this with an eye for preserving a lot of the official city records that we have, and we do have city records that are in excess of 100 years old, just sitting in storage right now with various states of disrepair, depending on what you're talking about. And we are taking a look at strengthening what we're doing for record retention and disposition, which we'll get to some metrics about that just in a couple slides here. We did want to show off an example of what we're aiming for. This is what the city of La Quinta currently has posted. They are using literally the exact same tools that we are using at Redondo. They've just got it expanded out to many, many other departments other than just the couple that are in our environment today. One interesting metric that we wanted to bring out here is that one of our early goals is to get all of the building permits digitized and available online. We are currently dealing with about 250 building permit public records requests per year, and that's actually during a slow market. That number can skyrocket if you're in a hot housing market. We've seen years where it's double that. So by getting some of this information available online will actually reduce the burden that we have for doing public records responses as well. So what's it like today? So as most of you know, we do have the Laserfiche environment. It's used very heavily by the city clerk's office and by our police department. It has about 2.5 million records in it today. Nearly every other department is doing some form of a manual process, whether that actually be paper records that are being stored in boxes, or they may be doing some form of electronic process where they've got PDF files and they're storing it on a network drive, or they're storing it somewhere that's not in the Laserfiche environment. We're still emailing lots of PDFs around. We're still using those shared drives heavily. And then what adds on to that is that the actual record retention piece of it, the art of going in and looking at what you have and figuring out if you need to keep it per our record retention schedule is all 100% manual, whether that's in boxes or on the file servers right now. If the department's not using Laserfiche, that's a whole manual process. So while we're a really legacy customer for Laserfiche, we've had it for 20 plus years, we'd really like to expand that into effectively every department that the city has right now. So that's what we're doing. So on my team in IT, we had a really timely vacancy of my IT analyst position, and we were able to recruit somebody who's got years worth of experience doing this for cities much larger than ours. So she's a Laserfiche expert, and she's really helped us rebuild our environment, prepare it for handling an additional dozen departments, millions of documents that we're looking to add to this thing. We've completely modernized the environment. We're on the most current version. We now have a test environment. We never had that before, so we're really ready to expand far beyond what we've got right now. Another really key thing that we accomplished was implementing a trusted backup provider. This is a really key step for getting rid of the paper. In order to actually get rid of the paper original files, we have to meet certain checks and certain quality of our backups, and we are now doing that in all of our environments. Prior to just a couple of months ago, we were actually technically unable to destroy paper, even if we had digitized it in the system. So that was a big milestone that we got over. Another thing that we have done is that, especially in the clerk's office, we have a number of part-time and temporary positions that are now in the clerk's office. They're helping meet with departments, go through documents, review documents. We've got capacity for scanning in-house as well. I'll pause there for a second. Anything you wanted to add into there, Eleanor?
Just that the pictures that he showed is actually our vault downstairs. And there's like, I think 4 or 5 rows of that. And then, I also want to just take the departments and IT and the city clerk staff, because we have gone through so many documents, especially the hard copies. We want them gone. And so we're using we updated our retention schedule so that it shows permanent, what should be permanent, what should not be permanent. And the staff is going through it. We're helping. We're getting boxes out the door that need to be destroyed because they no longer should be, per our retention schedule, be destroyed. So yeah, we've been just ongoing. And also the building permits. We've been going through all the historical permits just to make sure that there's no architect plans, because they have to go through a specific way because they're copyrighted. So we are looking through all those building permits just to get those ready to go online. I think that's it. You can go ahead and.
I'm going to jump forward a couple here.
Yep.
So yeah, as Eleanor mentioned, one of the major accomplishments we've had in the last year is that in getting folks to start taking a look at what they have, especially in these paper boxes, we've identified and destroyed a great deal of boxes that are physically out there. So we are just under 1,000 boxes have actually been identified as past their retention period and destroyed in the last 6 months.
Now we can see our lounge.
Big accomplishment. When you walk around City Hall, the boxes that you see piled up in people's offices total about 350. There's about 900 downstairs in the vault. So you're seeing, not even a third of what we actually have physically out there in the departments. One really interesting thing that we came across as we were doing this exercise is that we have started taking a look at some tools that Amazon Web Services has available to us. And they actually approached us because they knew we were working on this project. I meet with our Amazon rep pretty regularly, and I talked through this project and the challenges that we were having. One of the biggest challenges we have is physically looking at all of this stuff. So it's not just scan the document and then go into Laserfish and you can find it. You have to identify the certain pieces of information you need off of that document to then put into the system so you can then search on those terms and have it be useful, have it be able so someone in the public can search for it by an address or a name or whatever it is that particular type of document needs. Well, Amazon has tools that are available to us which can take a PDF document, you give it a template of, a building plan looks like this, a plan from fire looks like this, a plan from planning looks like this. And because it knows what those documents look like, it can tell you what it is. And from that, it can identify, these are the 5 fields I need if this is a planning plan. So these tools are really promising. We are doing a proof of concept with Amazon. Amazon is actually footing the bill on this. It's about $80,000 worth of work that Amazon is just doing for us. And we are in the very early stages of being able to run our first department through this tool. So we're very excited about that. We are actively scanning. There are about 80 boxes of building permits that are out for scanning right now. We are also pulling about 33,000, I want to say, Eleanor, plans from, building permits that are already electronic but not in the system are currently being imported as well. So we're making huge progress on the building front. As Eleanor mentioned, a lot of what she and her team are having to do is going back and manually review a lot of these. There's copyrighted materials amongst the building plans and some of the older documents. There is some manual review happening as well. And those are kind of the big things going on recently, but we've got a lot more planned coming up. So as I mentioned, building permits are kind of in progress. We are planning on doing a pilot department with the fire department to get their boxes, and they have about 36,000 plans for the buildings in the city that are all unscanned, all in the large format paper version right now. And that's going to be the department that we're going to pilot the Amazon Web Services tools with as well. So really looking forward to getting a scanning vendor to come in here and help us with that. And we're hoping to bring that to council in the next, hopefully probably month or so. We're currently working on the contract. And then if all goes well there, we are planning on expanding that. We do have some funding earmarked that we'd be able to do the waterfront planning, transit, possibly HR, although we're having some conversations about if we want to actually allow a vendor to touch the HR records. If we want to keep that in-house, we'll have to continue having those conversations. Alongside this, we are also working on not perpetuating the creation of paper in a couple of different ways. So we're taking several of the PDF forms, we're working with finance, we're working with HR right now, and moving them into electronic forms inside of Laserfish. You'll also see that as we start going department by department, moving to these new tools, I work in the community development department. These tools are natively electronic, and when we get new tools like that, we are keeping it that way. We're not, then printing out a piece of paper at the end of the process and sticking it in a folder somewhere. We're by implementing new tools, we're also reducing the creation of new paper. Another interesting one is Turbo Data. That is coming online very soon with online portals for folks to deal with their parking permits, which is something that's currently done with a manual process. So that's another one that we're very excited to have come on board. So the big thing that we kind of wanted to drive across here is how big this is. The scary numbers that are out there is that we have about 2.5 million documents in Laserfish. What I just described as phase one there is about 3.7 million documents. And as I said, there are upwards of 1,000 more boxes downstairs in the vault. So that's probably, again, another 6-7 million worth of documents. And a good deal of these documents are those large format plan sets that we have. So those take extra care. They're much slower to scan and are something that we need to get done right. So, this is a years-long project. We've kind of broken it down into phases. We have pretty sufficient funding in the current fiscal year to at least get through our pilot and to get through our phase one departments, but very likely in upcoming budget years, you'll likely see us starting to earmark other funds or ask for additional funds as we start taking on more and more departments with this. So it's an exciting project. We're trying to clean up around here. We're trying to modernize things, and kind of the big thing is to make it all available for folks to be able to view it online and reduce the burden for everybody to try and get access to this information. So that's kind of what I had from the informational side. Our recommendation, this is just a receive and file item. This is just a project status update as we had described in the strategic plan. I'll pause here for Eleanor to throw anything else in, or we stand ready for any questions.
The last thing would be just that the other thing is just we're also going to be training the departments on Laserfish. So it's mostly been the city clerk doing a lot of the city hall, and then police has been doing police, but we're going to start seeing more of the departments putting it, because they all have it all in their S drive, but a lot of those documents can actually go into Laserfish. So we're going to be training that. So that's another area we're going to be doing. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. This is a great report. And, this is a project I'm very interested in just since I've been in here. I've done stuff like trying to not burden staff by looking for contracts and contract changes myself. It's impossible to find unless you can sometimes find what the council approved if you know about the date it was. But even searching the records that are in that record set is not, it's difficult and tedious. So I'm looking forward to that. There's records that aren't online, like when we have a workshop for like the boat ramp. It's not a public meeting that's agendized, so it doesn't, that doesn't appear anywhere where the public can easily access it. I have a question on when we do have something in soft format that's not how do you ingest something, if someone submitted a plan in AutoCAD rather than print it out and then scan it back in, how do you keep those elements that are, that make it manipulatable in AutoCAD itself?
So typically when we're storing something as its permanent record, we wouldn't keep it in the original editable format. Usually folks aren't submitting something to us for long-term storage so they can go back and edit it later. Normally it's a submittal, normally it's a final, normally it's something it gets signed off and stamped. So the typical record for the city would be in a PDF format, wouldn't be edited out, beyond once it's finalized.
No, but like our facilities, our own facilities.
Our own facilities, so that's more like where we would store something. So Eleanor mentioned the S drive, or we've got the V drive, or we've got our GIS environment. When we're talking about our own facilities, when we're trying to maintain those editable formats, that's where we would use your more typical traditional file servers and storage locations that we either have on site or in the cloud.
And things like, we get designs from our contractors that we then put in to RFPs and grow into a document that's an as-built. It seems to me converting those to PDF and storing them is counterproductive.
Yeah, well, the as-built would certainly be something that would be finalized and never edited again until we did another construction project. So actually, they would extract the PDF of it. We maintain a copy of the AutoCAD file for our own purposes later, but we'd actually,
but there's data in an AutoCAD that isn't necessarily captured in a printout.
Right, we would keep that internal.
Okay.
Yeah, that would stay in AutoCAD in our own internal files.
Another example, that when I was going through the Harbor Patrol analysis last year, some of you weren't here, but I went through the budgets each year to see what happened with Harbor Patrol staffing through the years. There were years where key parts of the budget were missing. You go to that section of the budget and it was just gone, and all I got from, at least at the time, from the finance department was a hard copy. They didn't have a soft copy of those back then. So, the copy that said, file copy was incomplete, missing huge sections of it. And so that was disconcerting. So, I am very concerned about doing this. As we go back to, we are an older city. There may be some documents that are historical that may not, from a records retention perspective, be mandatory. Is there a process to say, this is actually historical and we should keep it?
So one of the things that we're going to have to do as part of this project is we're kind of focusing on the stuff that's, upstairs in City Hall that folks have touched in the last few years. But when we get down to starting to figure out what's in that vault and what needs to be preserved and not preserved, that's something we're really going to have to figure out. Eleanor and I were in there today. I saw things as old as 1908. Did you see anything older than that?
No, I think that was it. And there's accounting ledgers. There's a lot of, historical stuff that we'll have to, somewhere down the line, someone will have to look at it and make a decision on what to do with it. Some of it I can understand historical, but some of the stuff like, the accounting ledgers, I don't know if that's really important compared to, maybe one or a couple of them, or even the ones from 1908 would be cool to keep.
We must have sent a dozen times today, pick something on, but this is really cool. Regardless of whether or not we need it for the city's operational purposes, this is really cool stuff.
Right, and plus also
there's
the paper.
Magazine articles, there's newspapers, there's some really interesting things
and plus the paper too. I mean, that vault is set up for, paper to not be disintegrate, so to speak.
Right.
But, so that sort of works there too.
Okay. At the U.S. Mayor's Conference, one of the things they covered was records and automating records and applying AI, and Boston was the example. The example that they used was related to permit processes. And when they applied AI to it, because they have so many different forms of permits, even within the planning department, but they almost had a one-size-fits-all form. So what they did was applied AI to the past approved stuff, and they actually got 26 primary forms of permits, and that's how they then automated their permit process to, they had some weed outs, like which of these 26 do you fit into? And then that's what applied for the automation after that.
Yeah, for the tools that we've been test driving, in addition to you providing effectively an XML template of the fields that you're looking for, you also feed it, you give it 100 examples of what you've got. Here's 100 building plans from building, here's 100 plans from planning. So you feed it samples so that it can learn them as well.
Yeah, so they had documents going back to the, I think, 1600s that they had to go through and digitize. So, and then the last area I had a concern on is, a lot of the stuff I put together to go out to the public has photos or drawings and stuff like that. It's impossible to find that, across our, we take photos here, take photos at our grand openings. We have drawings of different projects that are going on. It's impossible to find those online. Are you looking at a filing system that we can easily find this type of stuff when we're looking for it, and it's accessible across the stovepipes of the departments?
So like the concept is probably, the system acts like a big filing system. So it is typically broken up by department. You can search cross department with it. We're kind of limited by our own imaginations when it comes to new categories and things. And what you'll find is that the public isn't particularly going to know the difference between engineering, building, and planning, for instance. So typically you would put together a single interface for them that searches all three. And as we build the repository, we can keep thinking like that, being, trying to put ourselves in the shoes of our customers and figure out how they might search for something.
And is there a way to make it more than two-dimensional? For example, you say, I want stuff related to grand openings or whatever, right? Can you also do it the other way by saying, well, that's probably a bad example. One of the things we did in the DOD when I was in there was there's multiple ways of looking for data, right? There's first, I want all contracts regardless of which department, but then there's a way of saying I'm in the department, I want to see the contracts just of that department.
Yes, absolutely.
So it's more than one dimension, contract.
Yes, and what we see as employees logging into the system is wildly different and can be totally different from what the public sees. So
Yeah, I'm just asking, is there ways to display the data different? Like you're generally interested in contracts across all departments, or do you want just one?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, you can do that. Yeah.
Okay.
You can do a high level search and search active, inactive across all departments. If you want to drill down, you can drill down.
Okay, thanks. I'm sorry to belabor that. Councilmember Barron.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, Director Cook, great presentation. Thanks for taking this on. I know the city manager's been very supportive. To the mayor's point, this is something that has to be done, needs to be done. It's a years-long process. We saw the slide. But it's like, I think the mayor has said, every journey begins with one step.
It does. Yep.
So we're doing that. And I think we all appreciate you engaging with Amazon on this and getting their expertise. Financially, what they've provided with respect to, at least so far, no charge, limited charges is it's huge. And of course, our city clerk, thank you for your allocation of funds. That's fueled this project. And I know this is important to you, and it's important to the council, and it's clearly important to the mayor. So with that, if we could move to the last slide. And I'm going to go ahead unless, yes. So make a motion or recommendation to receive and file the project status update. Others may have comments and questions at this time, but I figured I'd at least make that point. And to the extent we need a motion, I'd ask for a second.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is that it? Is that it? Okay. Let's see, Councilmember Waller.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, thank you for the report. Good. It's amazing how much stuff that we get. I did a little bit of back of the envelope calculations. All of the boxes you identified would probably fill an entire 40-foot container. It'd be about 100,000 pounds of paper. That's what we're looking at eliminating.
That is probably a very good analogy from a size perspective.
Yeah. And give or take a terabyte of data when you're done?
Probably more.
Depends on, yeah.
Oh, no, it far exceeds that.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's more like 6 right now. Yeah, it's probably more like 50 would be 50 my terabytes. Guess, getting all that in there.
There's a scale there that most people don't appreciate.
Yeah.
And even at 50, that's hard for me to appreciate.
And 10 pages of plant set size plans are a lot of sheets of 8.5 by 11.
And I think we have to keep in mind that there are multiple customers. We've got the public, which sees this as one thing, but internally we've got dozens of departments that all have individual wants and needs. And it looks like you're doing a good job working with them, but each customer you have makes it that much harder as a task, that much more expensive a task. And so with that, do you have order of magnitude estimates for the kind of budget that you're going to be looking for over these next 5 years?
So we have budget for the departments that we have identified as phase 1. HR and housing are about the same size, and we have numbers for each. It's likely that we're going to want to keep the HR documents in-house and likely, perhaps outsource the housing documents. Those two are kind of interchangeable. We more or less have the funding in the current fiscal year to do the pilot and what we've identified in phase 1. Order of magnitude, phase 1 with the pilot is around $100,000, $150,000 at the most is about the high on that. So scaling that up to the other departments that we have, we'd have to do the math on that a little bit. You also have to think about how much we can handle in a given period of time as well. I mean, we could have it all scanned tomorrow and we'd still need to figure out how to ingest it in the system, organize it, do the departmental workflows so they're not creating more paperwork afterwards. There's a lot that goes into onboarding up to the department.
Yeah, and I would add, in particular, as we get to the more aged documents, that's going to be more sensitive and probably it's going to go at a much more slow pace, I think. It's going to take some careful detailing and inventorying. So that part, and I don't know, that may also affect budget order of magnitude, but I think we will propose to do this over time and as budgets allow. And I think we'll probably need another couple of $100,000 over the next couple of years. The historic documentation, those items may require some special project funding or attention at some point.
You know, certain document types we may elect to try to preserve in their current format as well. When you get really old, when you start to get to the things that are older than the 50s or so, they tend to be in bound books, which are really difficult to scan. There's a lot of just, it's building permits from the 20s, and it looks like a notepad, and it's these handwritten notes, and you can read every one, but they would be very challenging to digitize.
Otherwise, I support the motion. I look forward to this, and I'm sure I'll be talking to you about it soon.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you, Mike. Thanks for all your great work on this. I know that when we met with Madam Clerk Manzano, you had said in our budget meeting last year that this was a priority for you. So it's great to see real progress being made on this, Herculean task. I have a very tiny ask of you. If you could light up 2B, please. So I thought this was really cool, the public records, is that showing? The public records page on the city's website. And I would love to go to agendas and staff reports and look up, any number of things that have occurred in the past, like a BRR in the last 5 years since I've been on council that I forgot exactly what year it was in. This makes it actually, it's a challenge to pull up the right result here. So I was looking up Perry Park, the BRR on the fence. I mean, I know in my mind how much it is, about $250,000, but just as an example, or the fencing along Grant Avenue. It doesn't do a fantastic job, but I wonder if it's just because I don't know how to query it, maybe I need to put in quotes or the word and or an exclamation point for fence. So is there a way that we can either put in a legend for WebLink, or is WebLink kind of a set program?
I don't know off the top of my head if there is a regular expression or something that you can feed in there. I would have to do a little homework on that and get back to you. The search is pretty customizable. I would imagine there are things that we could do to improve that.
Yeah, you can. We'll have to talk to Laserfish, and they'll be able to maybe put some more.
We destroy our budget response reports as soon as the budget's adopted. Nobody mentioned that to you.
There were 987 boxes.
I have found other budget response reports, just not the ones I'm targeting, and that would be helpful to get, even though obviously some of these are stale. Right. By the time we, pull them up 2 years later, everything's 25% more expensive. But just as an example of how this WebLink search might not be working as well as it possibly could.
We can follow up on that.
Yeah, we can follow up on that. The search pages are unique to the category you're in as well. So it's actually a different set of search parameters if you go over to contracts.
Okay,
so
got
it's per portal you can set things.
Okay. Well, this is cool that it's even here, right? And I did mess around here a little bit in CIP. So thank you. Cool. That's it. Thanks.
Yeah. Why hit that up? I mean, as soon as you go back beyond 2015, it starts to get pretty sparse. And then actually, when you're searching, council meetings are easier than all the other commissions because they're just stored as one big document.
Yes.
And to sit there and go, I want this item on the agenda, you got to look through the whole darn thing to get to where you're at. And it will refer, if you use the word search, you download it, you put it in PDF, it'll pick up every time it's referred to in the agenda. And so it's really, once you get beyond council, it is just tedious to try to search for. I was looking for some stuff that the Harbor Commission had passed when I was on board. And I knew about the time frame. It took forever to get to the exact document.
Were you searching for Harbor Commission? Because I imagine there'd be a lot of results for that.
No. It was a specific, I forget the specific action we took. But then there's so many, because it's harbor, you have marine, some of the words are so used that it's impossible to search some of those documents, were 500 pages because they had EIRs and stuff. And you're searching for a set of terms, and it brings up every version of that. So,
boat ramp.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, a launch, yeah. Anyway, we're belaboring it.
Yeah.
Anyway, we can
Lots
make
of work
that.
to do, don't
We've
worry.
got 900 boxes of boat ramp down below.
Okay,
Yeah.
anybody else? Are you finished?
Yep, done, thank you.
Okay. We have a motion and a second on the table. Anybody online?
I have no one online or
Okay.
any comments.
All for?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, thank you. Let's see, next is, I believe, city manager's item.
Yeah, we've got a few things to get back to in closed session, so I'll be brief tonight. We have a meeting next Tuesday, the 10th. We have a meeting on the 17th. The 17th includes the 401 South PCH project appeal that's scheduled and noticed. You also, I believe, have received word and are calendaring a public hearing for 1 o'clock on February 24th to hear an appeal on a recent business license revocation. So you do have activities through the rest of the month, and then we will be back at it again in March from a council meeting standpoint. That meeting at the end of
Special meeting on the 24th.
the meeting at the end of the month on the 24th is a special meeting. It will be a single item meeting. There will be no other council actions associated with that evening. And that's all I have tonight. We do have to return for a few items and close.
Yeah, are we doing R2, R3, and R4, or just R2?
We're going to focus on R2. We're going to wrap up R2, give you a quick brief intro on R3 and R4. We'll be very brief on that.
We'll have to come back Tuesday?
Next, we'll re-agendize those items.
Is that going to be largely a closed session day, or is it a normal?
It's going to be a bit of a balance, a little bit like today, maybe a little heavier on closed, depending.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it for me.
Okay, referrals to staff. Councilmember Waller?
None.
Councilmember Castle?
None.
Councilmember Kalajerovich?
None, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji?
Yes, brief. Madam Clerk, I think this is directed to you. Could we bring back an item next meeting, replacing Councilmember Waller with me as the delegate to the South Bay COG and putting me as an alternate, please?
So we're coming up May, we do the delegations, the appointments, and he's already your backup, so we could put him, just let him ride out as backup.
Until May.
And then
Unless
until
it
May.
makes a difference for the COG.
In April, I make the recommendation.
I think,
I'll bring it in June for this year because we don't have any elections.
Oh, okay.
So June, but I can bring it earlier, but it'll start.
Well, that's what he's looking
But
at,
it's going to start
agendizing.
July
It's fine.
1st.
Doesn't matter, as
Yeah.
long as it's in the near future.
It is, it's coming
my
up.
understanding is the alternate is able to vote with
Correct.
COG.
Yeah, do
So
everything.
I think we're
Right.
okay as long, if the two of you are working through attendance, I think it's fine.
Yeah, just would like to take a year off, let him get an experience as the delegate, primary responsibility. I got 2 little kids at home, so I got my hands full
You saying
with
you're
them.
busy? Is that-
Yes, just a little bit.
Okay,
a little bit.
anything else?
It's 3 meetings a month. I'm good, thank you, that's it.
You need a second.
Councilmember Barrett?
No, I'm good, thank you.
No, thank you.
And nothing for me. So I need a motion to recess back to closed session.
I move to recess to closed session. Second.
Okay, and City Manager Wojciechowski, can you cover who will be talking to R2, R3, and R4?
Yeah, so for item R2, we will have Greg Kapovich, our Waterfront and Economic Development Director, and then Catherine Buck, our Waterfront and Economic Development Manager. And then for items R3 and R4, we will have Greg as well for each of those, and then myself, Joy Ford, and I believe Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. If
When you
she's
say Greg, you mean Greg Kapovich?
Greg Kapovich, Waterfront and Economic Development Director. Yes.
Okay,
And I also have to read,
I'm sorry?
I have to read the R2.
Items.
I have to do.
Yep.
Okay. So as authorized by the government code and as it appears in the published agenda, the city council will be discussing the following items in closed session. So from R2 to R4, under the conference with real property negotiators. Let's see, the city manager already mentioned who the agency negotiators on each of the different items. The property for R2, portions of the Redondo Beach Marina parking lot and Seaside Lagoon, portions of APN numbers 7503-029-900 and 7503-029-903, negotiating party, Allen Stanford Beach Life Festival under negotiation, price and terms. For R3, the property is portions of the Redondo Beach Marina parking lot and Seaside Lagoon, portions APN 7503-029-900 and 7503-029 and 903, portions of Harbor Drive, Pacific Avenue, Catalina Avenue, Virtuta Avenue, Redondo Street, and Esplanade, Negotiating parties, Kelly Hodkins, Englander, Kanabi, and Allen on behalf of Nike Inc. Price and terms under negotiation. R4, property, portions of the Redondo Beach Marina parking lot, portions of APN number 7503-029-900 and 7503-029-903, portions of King Carter, Turn Basin and Hand Launch negotiating party, Adam Brzezinski, Game on Live Studio, water polo program coordinator, and price negotiations.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. We will come back afterwards and report out any reportable actions and adjourn the meeting for the evening. Thank you. Are we ready?
Yes.
Yes.
Are they ready back there?
Are we on?
I'm looking over there.
Okay. I'm going to call the meeting back to order. We're returning from closed session back to open session. I'll take the roll call. Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Here.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Here. So we're all present.
Mayor Light.
Mayor Light here. Do we have anything reportable out of closed session? Okay, can I get a motion? I guess we got to reconvene to, oh no. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, all four?
Aye.
Okay. We are adjourned till February 10th, 2026, at 4:30 for closed session, 6 PM for open session right here in City Hall. Thank you.
Until then, good night.